All right, we are back with the Talos Principle 2. For anybody who needs a quick recap on what's going on, so this is an advanced society of robots. There was an apocalyptic event on Earth that wiped out all the humans, and before the apocalypse was able to conclude and wipe out all life, the humans built a artificial intelligence program to have robots succeed them afterwards. Our robots have very human-like personalities and emotions, and are basically human in every way except for their physical bodies. They have managed to construct one robot city. And it's been, I forget the exact timeline, 1,000 years or more since the robots first came online, although they didn't all come online simultaneously, so they sort of trickled out one at a time, which is why it was slow going in the early days to build up a new robot city. The earliest robots are known as the Founders. Specifically, Athena was the first robot. And we are 1K, because we are the 1,000th robot that's been created, and there was a belief system amongst the robots that they shouldn't expand too much or create too many robots, because they believe that overpopulation and using up too many resources is what killed the humans, which is debatable, but it is one belief system that some of the robots have. Others of the robots are against this and want to further expand and create more. Also, the city is apparently unable to sustain the power needs for all of the robots, and they have outages sometimes. So there is some credence to the idea that they do not currently have the resources capable of supporting more robots. Additionally, there are not actually 1,000 robots because some of them were destroyed in accidents. At one point, they tried to expand into a second city, and they had some miscalculations involving the power source of that city, which I believe was underground geological energy. And there was an accident which destroyed the city and killed at least 30 of them. Also, some of the original robots left the city to explore. Specifically, Athena, one of the original founders, left. And then we got strange energy readings and a seemingly holographic simulation of a entity calling itself Prometheus invited the robots to come and explore this megastructure. Additionally, apart from this megastructure, there are various outlying islands that all have puzzles that are reminiscent of the puzzles from the simulation of the original robots. Completing them unlocks various sides of the pyramid-esque megastructure. We've been inside the megastructure twice and have had to leave both times because of instability. Additionally, Byron, one of the robots on our expedition and one of the original founding robots, number 7, was trapped inside the megastructure, and it's not confirmed whether he's still alive. So presently, we are on our way to complete the remaining 6 islands. There are 12 islands total, and we have done 6 of them, so we're about halfway through. Also, we've been seeing some holographic recordings of Athena and Miranda, another robot that no one's met before, which is believed to have been created by Athena, and while it is not explicitly shown that any of these structures were created by Athena, that's the implication. Additionally, the structures themselves seem to have technology that far surpasses what the robots have. So that is another question up for debate as to what's going on. So we've completed all of the northern and eastern structures, and then we can go forward and do the southern and western structures. So right now we have the southern structures to complete. Every island contains 8 main puzzles, 2 outlier puzzles, golden puzzles, which we have not been able to unlock so far, a lab, which shows either lore or puzzle information, and then there will be 2 secret stars. Additionally, not shown here, there are Prometheus sparks to find on the islands, which are basically ways of bypassing a puzzle if you can't solve it, although we haven't used any of those yet. So, with that recap out of the way, let's go ahead and explore the southern coast.
1K, I'm sending you a little software upgrade I put together that should allow you to detect which files will lead to a data stream overload. Unfortunately, I'm not doing this to help you avoid them. In fact, I'm gonna need you to search for more. I'm sorry about that. But if we're going to unlock all the systems that aren't responding, you'll have to connect to the data stream. Possibly more than once. It's the only way for me to get access.
Oh, additionally, apart from the entity that calls itself Prometheus that invited us, there was another seemingly holographic entity called Pandora, which is against Prometheus. There's also a third entity known as the Sphinx, which seems to be neutral. All right.
All right, 1K. In this area, there seems to be a problem with the machine that makes the Tetromino bridges. That means you can solve the puzzles, but you can't activate the tower. Look for a lab that lets you connect to the data stream.
I already found it. I'll send you the coordinates.
All right, so puzzle number 1 is to the right. All right, so we're going this way first. So there's always these puzzles which are fairly straightforward to find, but then there's always hidden stuff in the levels. So right here we've got a Pandora statue, which means we need to connect a green laser to that statue at some point to unlock a star. Number 1 is this way. So I feel like being third person when outside the puzzles is good, and then being first person usually, for the most part, when in the puzzles is good. Phase entry. Teleport. Okay, so we can teleport to any teleport area that we can see through bars. Why do we need a pad here? Outside the puzzle. Okay. And so obviously we need to get up here. Oh, let me guess. If I'm holding the box, can I teleport with the box? Indeed I can. Now, why is that helpful? So I can go with the box over here. Because I need to get that fan with me, right? But if I remove the fan, then I can't jump with the fan anymore. But I don't need the fan to get over here. I just need to get the fan over here. And this is just the entrance to the puzzle. To explain how the teleport function works. If I have this with me, that leaves that behind. All right, so let's figure out the order of operations here. This area, irrelevant. It's just a little alcove to start the puzzle with that is for allowing us to teleport over here. Oh, I can take the teleporter. I didn't realize that was attached to this. Oh ho ho. Gotcha. All right. So I need that here right now. I need to take this box with me over there. And then put this on the box, right? Yeah. So put this on the box, launch it over there, and now I can take this with me and teleport with the fan. Oh, I need this. Alley-oop. guessing puzzle number 2 is to the right? Yeah. So this is the Sphinx puzzle. The Sphinx puzzles always suck. Okay, so this is a pattern that we need to accomplish somewhere. We've seen a golden brick thing like this before. So I'm assuming this pattern is going to be somewhere on the island. Which means we need to pay very close attention to every single wall. All right, so right now, let's just continue to do the main puzzles as usual, and then we'll circle back to doing other more complicated stuff in exploration later. Oh, there's something down here. Oh. A hole puncher wall. Well, ain't that interesting? So we either have to be able to take a hole puncher with us out of a puzzle, or there's got to be a puzzle within visual shot of this that can hole punch this. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Puzzle number 2. The escape. So you can't teleport through a force field. So hole punch this. Okay, so there's a thing here. So now we can connect these. Why is this helpful? Because I can take it with me through there? That's why. I can take this with me, and now I can connect these two. That lets me grab the teleporter. So with this here, I can teleport over here, and now I got the hole puncher with me. And then I can teleport here through the bars. And now I can connect these blue ones. I believe I can also place the teleporter through here, right? Yeah. And then I can teleport to it, and that's the puzzle. However, all right, where's that? Can I see that from here? Indeed, I can. Oh, is that how I connect the Pandora thing? Where is that? The Pandora thing's way over there, right? Wait, I can just take anything outside of the puzzle with me, right? If I drop down here, do I die? Probably. welcome to the chat, Fluffy Bunny. Okay, so the drop down is right here, right? So I'm assuming if I walk this way, yeah, it's too deep here. Oh, we gotta go do this again. See, I don't like that. Well, at least the force fields go away, right? Okay. Where's the teleporter? Here we go. Yeah, so I can't drop there, but I can exit with this. All right. So it's a green emitter is what's down there. Whoop. That was an accident. What do I think of the Acerat combo I played in Pioneer? It's just like another variation of Rona combo. It's fine. Excuse me a moment. Can I see that from over here? Okay. So presumably I have to get that up here. All right, I don't know what that does, but probably something. Yeah, I'm assuming you just can't fall off here or you die, so. I wonder if I have to get it over here. Actually, that's probably more likely, isn't it? Hang on. Yeah, it probably has to be over here, doesn't it? This looks more accessible. Where is the Pandora statue? It's over there, right? Well, it's somewhere over there.
Hey, 1K, what's up?
What's your analysis of the southern regions?
The southern part of the island is a natural desert, basically just due to the chemical composition of the soil. I haven't been able to work out why it's so warm, though. It could be a warm ocean current or something to do with the megastructure's thermal output. New Jerusalem doesn't have the kind of equipment I'd need to figure that out.
Do you think Byron is okay?
I go back and forth on that, but we have to try to find him anyway.
Did you know Cornelius?
Yeah, everyone knew Cornelius. After Eustathius retired, he was the only one left who was there since the beginning. Except I guess none of us really knew him after all. We all thought he was lost in the past, always studying the archive and the simulation. But he actually had all these secrets. And a daughter.
Are you disappointed in him?
No, just surprised. Maybe a little sad that he felt he couldn't trust anyone with the truth.
What'd you do in New Jerusalem when, what did you do in New Jerusalem when we went back?
Mostly just made sure Pellegrino didn't mess up the VTOL. We only have a handful of them, and while they look cool on the outside, the truth is they're held together by gaffer tape and good intentions. There's a reason Melville's always complaining.
This state of affairs could cost lives. In the future, we won't need them anymore. Societies unwilling to invest effort and resources into their infrastructure cannot remain functional. We have to learn to live with less to be more creative. You're doing that. Into this one.
When you put it like that, it seems hard to argue. More and more stuff isn't working anymore, and eventually there will be consequences.
That's all. Thanks, Ikut. All right, where exactly is the Pandora statue? It's over there. Right behind this tree. Can I see that from here? Possibly? Although it seems like I need to connect it from somewhere else. Spot to find. Okay. It's over there, so I can't see it from here. Okay. But that's definitely the laser that connects to it in the end. All right, well, in the meantime, oh, a terminal.
One day, undoubtedly, an expedition will pass by this island. It will seek to document facts and statistics, to enumerate reasons for us not to look more closely. That is what we do now. We seek facts rather than truth. Because truth might frighten and unsettle the comfortable people who like to sit in their conference rooms and debate which corners we should cut today. These people like to imagine the chaos that could come one day, like a comforting fairy tale of distant darkness. But they do not see the chaos that is at our walls right now. The chaos that also lives within us. A force that is both necessary and appalling.
Sneaky. It's up there. Where is it? Right there.
Yes?
What's going on with the Megastructure systems?
Now, I suspect Byron is still logged in, and his presence has thrown everything out of whack. Entire subsystems are locked down, and everything that depends on those subsystems is disrupted.
Have you heard anything from Byron at all? What can you tell me about Cornelius?
He taught me a lot when I was young. Nowadays, people just know him as the museum curator, but back then, he was closely involved with every engineering project, and he was brilliant. When he encountered a problem, he'd always remain calm and keep working at it until he found a solution. I wish I could be that patient.
Why didn't Athena and Cornelius just both vanish together?
If I had to guess, I'd say so that Cornelius could still go back for anything they needed. He was always leaving on expeditions anyway, looking for materials for his projects.
Well, she definitely hasn't heard anything about Byron, so let's just leave that there. I guess she's gonna keep saying, you know, ready to talk if I don't do that, so let's
What
just
is
get it
it?
out of the way.
There was a short burst of noise on the frequency we used to communicate, but that could have been anything.
Fantastic dialogue option. Okay, yeah. It's connecting to what exactly? Something over there. I think I like this place the most so far. It's so pretty. All right, puzzle 3. Through the wall. Okay, so we're gonna hop the teleporter a bunch. How do I do this? So we need to get it to point there. And I can't see it from here. Gotcha. Wait, but I can't... But I can't get back in here without this. Okay, so... Can't take it out with me. Alright, step 1, I'm in here, right? If I leave this here, I can't see that from anywhere, right? So... Step 1, I have this with me, right? I move this over here. I can't walk through these holes normally, and I can't take a driller through its own hole, right? Oh, gotcha. All right. So then ladder over this. And then I can teleport back in here, right? But then I'm still in the same position as before, right? I can teleport to this one. If this is with me, then I can't see it. Oh. No, but I can't go over the ladder with this teleporter in my hand, right? Yeah, it won't let me climb this now. So this stays here. How in the world do I do this? Okay. So I've got to find a way to either get the hole puncher into this room or point the hole puncher here, right? Which means either... getting it over here or getting it over here. And the only way to get it over here is to get a teleporter over here. How do I do that? The only way I can get a teleporter over here is getting it out through there, right? So here, teleport. Move this over here, right? Oh, I can do it like this, can't I? I've been thinking about this the wrong way. Go backwards. Drop that. Teleport over here. Then... got it. Oh, I can't shoot this through the bars? Well, that sucks. Hang on a tick. So take this, put it here. Warp. This. Warp. Da-da-da-da. Is there any way I can break containment with these teleporters? I can't get through this. I mean, I guess I could drop them off the edge, but then how does that help me? What happens if I drop these off the edge? Do I just lose them forever? Oh well. Let's move on. Number 4, this way. Hollow dudes over there. Can I just run across this? I can, right?
In the early days, humankind lived in a world of unexplained wonders and terrors. The powers of the elements were understood in terms of gods and spirits. After all, how else could one explain thunderstorms and earthquakes? But as the realm of scientific knowledge expanded, the realm of the mystical began to shrink. The sacred grove, as Hegel wrote, was reduced to mere timber. But as superstition retreated, another thing was lost: meaning. In a purely mechanical universe, people yearned for the comfort provided by gods and spirits. But there was no way back.
But what about the beauty of the universe? The perfection of everything around us, couldn't they see that?
Not sure I can see that, Miranda. But I do think there was another way, a way forward instead of back. Faith not in an invisible world, but in ourselves, in each other, in the inherent value of consciousness and civilization. They never really found it, but I think that in those last months when their whole species was dying, they caught a glimpse of it. And that's how your mother was born.
this is number 4, right? Over here. Kind of disoriented myself with all the exploration. Yeah, this is number 4. Okay. Pushing through. So all of these are going to be based on teleports, right? Yeah. Where's the red emitter? Right over here. Okay. Then we move this over here. We can grab that. Teleport out here. Connect both of these. What does that give me access to? This pressure plate. What's over here? A box. Okay. So I can't warp through the force field, right? So this does have to connect these. Right? Just double checking. Yeah, it won't let me. All right. But what I can do is pick this box up and warp over here. All right.
You know, a couple of years back, we went on a scavenging expedition to an ancient industrial complex south of New Jerusalem. It was enormous, sprawling, an area many times bigger than our whole city, just dedicated to manufacturing. It was incredible to think about the sheer variety of things they produced. And it made me realize how austere, how restricted our lives are. You know how most ancient structures are overgrown? It's kind of pretty, but in a sad way. Well, this one wasn't. There had been some kind of chemical spill. I don't know if it happened while the structure was still operational or if something had just rotted through, but it killed everything. Even centuries later, nothing could grow. It didn't have to happen that way, and history doesn't have to repeat itself. But we do have to remember that it did happen once.
I don't even... Okay, so it's on an upside-down connector here. Interesting. Well, this puzzle does have a laser in it. Is there anywhere in this puzzle that I can see the thing from? Where is it? Over there. Can I see... It's over here, right? Hang on. So all the force fields are down now. Ho ho ho! So now we just need to find a location where it can connect to both of these. Got it. One star down.
If humankind had no more cause for war, it would make war for sport instead.
That's too deep, right? Yeah. right, where are we going? This looks like a hidden puzzle, and indeed it is. Aerial warp. So I can warp up there. Let's see, we got fan. That turns on that, and that turns on that. Okay. What do we got over here? This. Can't jump to this. So first things first, warp up here. Okay. So why is this helpful? Can I place this here? No. But I can open this up. I cannot jump to this. What if I have the teleporter with me? Nope. And this over here is just where the teleporter was, right? Okay. So. Oh. Huh. A fan here. But this is too tall for a box to move through, so we gotta fan out something else, right? And we're gonna move up the teleporter. Gotcha. Alright, what am I doing with this box? I guess I can't get the box out from here, right? So I'm leaving it here. Then we warp over here, put this here, and we're gonna blow it this way. Uh-huh. And now we don't need that there anymore. So now... seem to have screwed myself. I really don't like that that's a possibility. All right, we have to reset. Man, can you imagine if we hadn't found the Pandora puzzle before this point and had to reset and backtrack to finish all that laser work? That would have been awful. So now... How did I get up there before? No, I didn't get up there yet. I just... Fan. Over here, box. Which I can't take with me out here, right? Yeah. So box back down here. I don't need the fan up here anymore either. So... now I can retrieve both of these. Let me guess. It's this. Yeah. So why is this different? Is it just because it has to be taller? Yeah, I have to get it up here, right? Can I take one of the boxes with me? Yes. There we go.
I wasn't watching the stream, but well done, 1K. Probably.
Wow, what a, like, a passive-aggressive comment. Alright, now that this is done, I don't think there's anything else here that I need to get through. Okay, we need a quick chat. I was troubled by your stated intentions for the Somnodrome. I thought we both viewed knowledge of the public good, not a dirty secret to be concealed. I didn't disagree with you. Alright, I guess this one, sure. I lied in the conference, we see things the same way. Thank the founder, that was a smart move not revealing your cards. There are those who would surely turn against you if you had. If you do find a working device, you must not let it fall into a single set of hands. If I can't be there to help you, you must share it with the world. Alright, so we got the Sphinx graving. An anchor, sure. In some ways, teleportation is one of the less surprising things we've found here, in that at least particle teleportation was known to be theoretically possible. Of course, that's still miles away from these teleporters, which operate on principles that simply contradict what we know of physics. The transfer of matter from one location to another is instantaneous without an observable wormhole or similar effect. There is, however, a release of exotic particles in the instant of teleportation, which decay within fractions of a second. Alright. I think we can probably just leave, right? I guess just in case, I'm gonna toss this box back down. Am I missing something under here? No. Number 5, this way. This is number 6. Alright, we can do these out of order, that's fine. Translocator. Oh, what's down here? Oh, it opens up both of these. Okay. There's a pressure plate, and then there's this thing. All I have to work with is a box, right? Oh, can I teleport over here from here? No, I can't. Teleport, then we take the teleporter, put it here, and then I can warp over here with the box. Put the box here, take this. All right, and now we're out of there with the box intact and with the teleporter intact. I have to put this here. Presumably I need to... Wait, where is it? Too far down. All right. Okay. Right? Yeah. So then put this here, then run back here. Jump, jump, warp. Aha, that's the issue. Okay. Can I grab the box from when I'm standing up here? Yeah, there we go. Ba-ba-da-da. Okay, then. Number 7 is over there. We haven't done 5 yet, so let's go do 5. Interesting. Follow that up. Dyad. Okay, so we've got a jammer, and then I can warp over there, right? Then I can place this here, and then I can... No, I can't jam this, right? Oh, I can, place this over here. There we go. So we gotta get in there. So, yeah. All right. This seems simple enough. Warp here. Another teleporter, you say? And there's no window out here, right? Hang on. It should just be this simple, right? We go jam that backwards, and then we can place this here. Then we pick it up, warp over there, jam that, warp over there, and we're done. All right, what is on this path? I don't remember this part. All right, that's number 4 that we did already. I guess, huh. What's going on here? Is this another hidden puzzle? It is another hidden puzzle. Minimalism. Alright, so we jam this. Or this is the thing I can jam from over here, right? Yeah. There's a red emitter down here. I see. I mean, I could take this with me. On the other hand, I can warp up here. So, where is that? There's got to be more to this jammer than this, because if it was just to open this force field, there's no reason to have it here. Let me guess, we got to warp back down here somehow. But why, though? I mean, this clearly has to be so that you can... Okay, so just drop that. If I ever remove this, it brings the force field back up. I can't take it and, like, jump anywhere with it. I could warp up here with the fan, right? Yeah, so... let's put that there, and then let's just go back. Take the fan, and then warp up here with the fan. Then I can place this here. All right, where's the thing? All right. Then drop back down. Take the jammer, and now where's the warp? Up here. Jam that. We don't need this online anymore. Open this up. All right, what is this powering? Something over there. So now... why can this not reach that? Are there bars? There's bars in the way that I can't see from here, right? So then warp back up here. Then drop back down. Open this up. Warp back over here. Now this is full of delicious red energy. And then connection. So yeah, they have very carefully made it so that you can't chuck this over the edge anywhere. Always got to cover our bases and make sure that there's nowhere that we can, like, escape the containment. What is back here? Uh-huh.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy, the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved. A great deal has been written since the days of the Seven Sages, but how much of it is truth and how much of it is idle speculation? I've offended many by saying that most philosophy will, as the centuries pass, be discarded as foolishness and superstition. But it is a truth only philosophers fail to see. And yet we cannot abandon reason and conclude that we cannot know anything. Rather, we must accept that the journey towards understanding will be long, and our task is to build a foundation for those who will one day arrive at its destination.
Where was the 7 again? I believe it was back here, right? That's number 5. And then number 7 is across this way. Oh, another hologram. There's number 7. All right, so before we go that way, is that 8 over there? That looks like 8. All right, so before that, let's do number 7. Remote interchange. So jump here. Take this box with me. Okay. So I can switch out 2 laser beams. Where's the blue emitter? Okay, so got access to the teleport. So we need a thing that goes here, right? Hang on. Not quite yet. Oh. Alright, now I can take this with me. But this can't also be here. So this opens this side. So now we have the jammer. Alright, and now I need to teleport with me. How do I do that? If I take this with me right now, this force field opens back up and then I'm after it. Hang on, can this reach that force field over there? Well, I can't come in here and point this at anything. It has to be pointed here specifically. Okay. So I can remove the box that's opening that force field, right? And then switch this for this. Put this here. Yeah, okay, and now I don't need this anymore. So put that there, teleport out. And over here, grab this, teleport out. And then we can jam that. Then I need the box back, right? Yeah. Da-da-da-da.
Wow, that one was a mind bender.
Not really. That one was pretty straightforward. That leads me to believe that the developers think that the difficulty of their puzzles is way off from where it actually is. Got one more to go. From Arkady Chernyshevsky, the question of our relationship with nature has bedeviled us since the earliest days of our species. Since before the first city was built, we felt that there was something different about us. Animals, we intuited, were part of nature, we were not. But of course, humans clearly are the products of nature, our history intertwined with that of every other species. In fact, the very notion of the unnatural is a contradiction in terms. Everything that exists must by definition be natural. So this view, no matter how common, is deeply paradoxical. This paradox has produced a great deal of confusion. Some proclaim us chosen by a divine power, set above all other creatures, and are justly accused of arrogance. Others proclaim us sinners, worse than other creatures, and are rightly accused of misanthropy. Others yet try to oppose this binary by saying that we are merely animals after all, but that too is manifestly wrong, and that no other animal is capable of having this conversation. It is the contentious issue of our impact on the ecosphere that an answer may be found. Other animals have accidentally terraformed the planet before, driving other species to extinction. This is not unnatural. If we continued our current path even to the point of changing the climate enough to cause the collapse of civilization, that would be entirely in keeping with how animals behave. But there is one profound way in which we are not like animals. We can learn to understand ourselves and the world. It is this knowledge that makes us fundamentally different. We have choices, we have control. There are many today who are afraid of the consequences of control and would prefer a return to a state of animal ignorance, whether by blinding ourselves to the impact of our actions or by demanding we humble ourselves before nature. This is the response of an adult in crisis who wishes for a return to childhood, but this can only ever be regressive in every sense of the word. To resolve the paradox of nature, we must act as adults, accept our power, and act consciously and deliberately in shaping the world. We must become nature, and nature must become human. This is the heart of the matter, lifting up the world rather than lowering ourselves. But why do so many people so badly want to lower themselves? Do they want to, or is it simply a convenient pose to strike? We upgraded the lab with my new designs. Synthesizing some of the pieces took longer than expected. We still have some bugs to iron out when it comes to complex structures, but it worked. Now the labs are safer and prettier, although Father says they look too much like spaceships. I don't see it, do you? I guess Father would be Cornelius.
Today, we were delighted to be visited by a bunch of protesters, these voluntary extinction weirdos who think we're creating soulless monstrosities that will destroy the planet. They broke into the facility and started yelling at everyone. Fun, 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 right? Then one of them lunged at Alex. Big mistake. Chernyshevsky grabbed the guy and literally threw him across the room. I mean, almost threw him all the way off the dam. After that, the rest of them had a change of heart. Now, I'm telling you this because mostly it is not like that. But these people do exist. And somewhere in their shriveled little souls, they think that they're doing the right thing. They think they're being righteous. Now to me, what Alex is trying to do is an obvious good. But that's not the same for everyone.
What is around this bend here? Nothing. Okay. Huh.
Father, I updated the Noema algorithm. It's working twice as fast now, and I think I can increase matter output by 25% if I tweak the modulator a little. I'm so excited.
Nice to meet you. So excited. I'm Cornelius.
What? Oh, Dad, this is science.
You have no idea how long I've been waiting for the right moment.
Huh. So obviously we have to get these through. I can't take this with me, right? I have to be standing on this for that to work. This has to be here in order to lower the force field, right? Yeah. Okay, so then we're up here, and then this is too far to jump to. So, how in the world is this a viable option of anything to do? I have to be on this. The box has to be here in the first place, right? So that doesn't work. I can't, like, jump over there, right? Yeah. Oh, I can teleport in here? Oh, okay. So there's a height of the force field. Ooh la la. Very interesting. Okay. And now... run here, warp here, okay. And now we can go target this, target, where's the emitter, where's the input? Really? I can't see that from here? Oh, hang on. How far away can I be to see this? No, it doesn't reach. Would it reach all the way back here? Well, I can't even get back here anyway now, right? I mean, it has to be here, right? The problem is, the moment I teleport, the shield comes back. And this, if it's up here, doesn't reach the emitter. Huh. It has to be on the box. Okay, so the laser and the box have to be here because the laser, the only place that the laser can connect to both the emitter and the input is up on top of the fan, and it can't hover without the box underneath it. Which means that there has to be a thing pressing that pressure plate. That's either me or the teleporter, right? But if the teleporter's on it, that means I don't have a way up here because I can't stand on this box while this... Actually, that's not entirely true, right? Ooh, okay. I know what I have to do. So, teleport up here, place this here temporarily, then take the teleporter with me, and place it here, then I can jump here. There we go. Such a suspicious hole that is. What's back there? There's something back there. There's the lab. guitar. Well, this looks like the other lab we found. No one's been watering the plants in a while, I guess.
Look at this place. It's beautiful, isn't it? Mesmerizing. That's how it lures you in, I think. You see all these beautiful things and your imagination starts working overtime. And then the puzzles, the towers, the mysterious apparitions, it all draws you further in, deeper into the trap. What if that's the whole point of this place? What if every time you have one of those visions, another little bit of you is corrupted, overwritten with the hubris of this place?
That sounds like a bunch of gobbledygook. I haven't been corrupted. Let's not be superstitious.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to suggest you were, whatever it is I'm trying to say. I guess I'm just disappointed in myself. Byron needs me. You all need me to do my job, and I can't even use a terminal.
Wait, you can't use a terminal?
Is all really the work of the founder? I don't know. Maybe she lost her way. Or maybe we're just not ready.
Oh, as in, like, you don't want to use the terminal because you're afraid of them?
I suggest we get the hell out of here and never come back.
Yeah, but that's obviously not happening, so... So these plants were supposed to have been getting watered, I assume, and then they just haven't? We've got more gravity-esque stuff happening. Okay. Everything has gotten so much worse since you left. We keep pursuing the goal, but our lives are getting less happy. When the weather is dry and the dam runs low, there is nothing to do in the whole city. Things don't get fixed anymore. We even had to dismantle the cinema. I know it was frivolous and pointless when we can just watch video files, but it was fun to go watch movies together like people used to do. I believe in your wisdom, Founder. I believe we have to avoid hurting the planet like our ancestors did, but I don't know if the mayor is doing what you would have wanted. Isn't there another way of reaching the goal? Please, I know you left for a reason, but I don't think we can go on this way. Can't you, if you're robots, just, like, basically simul-stream a movie with other robots? Like, you don't physically have to be in the same spot. A fragment from Stratton's On the Universe. Amyntas, you have made quite the catalog of horrors, Stratton. Children dying in their mother's arms, cities perishing by the plague, and even animals living without peace or happiness. Why must we listen to this? You know I have just eaten a heavy dinner. Because these things which are ugly must be confronted for us to reach the truth. You spoke of justice earlier, Amyntas, but are these things just? They are not. Then you must admit the universe itself is not just. If the gods exist, then they do not bend the world to their will. Rather, the universe proceeds as a machine, following its rules. Justice and virtue are human inventions. Are you saying justice and virtue are therefore illusory and should be abandoned? The opposite, my friend. It is mankind alone that can impose these values upon this machine. It remains unclear whether Stratton believed in the gods or used them solely as metaphors. His work on the deities is no longer extant. Tantalizingly, Diogenes Laertius mentions that it caused a fist fight in the Lyceum. I thought what made us human was that we searched for meaning, but perhaps a better way of thinking about it is that we create meaning. Yeah, I agree with that. Why even have these files that are just like a bunch of corrupted numbers? There is a pattern underneath blah blah blah. Lake water for cooling. New primary site. I thought we were resistant to the overloads now, are we not?
Our ancestors kept telling themselves that the brevity of their lives didn't matter. But they had so little time to ever really think about anything. I've spent several human lifetimes studying this mystery, and only now am I beginning to see. The simulation was built on top of material reality, unable to escape its constraints. In the same way, physics as we understand it, even quantum physics, is built on top of a deeper reality. A set of rules that define existence itself. There is a universal language of creation, and I think we can learn it.
The language of creation. What were they doing here? And how far did they get?
I can't answer that, but I think I've fixed the Tetromino bridge, machine, ring thing. I say I think because it's not in the schematics. And what I'm doing is hack work at best. Try it and see if it works.
Beloved Founder, years have passed and still there is nothing but silence. Have we sinned? Have you abandoned us for our arrogance, our greed? Some of the others continue to build. I told them not to, but they don't listen to me. Byron is the worst of them. He disrespects you constantly, spreading lies and... Please know that there are those who remain faithful, who respect the limits you set and seek wisdom and humility as you taught. We may win the next election, perhaps then you will return. Praise your name. Although I was born in the early days of New Jerusalem, I never knew you well. This is not your fault. I became so focused on improving the dam that I didn't develop much in the way of social relationships, except perhaps with Melville. That doesn't mean I was unhappy. I was, in fact, extremely content. I like to solve complex problems in peace and quiet. That's who I am. But now the pleasure I used to get out of my work has faded. I may not need a lot of company, but I want my work to be meaningful, to contribute. It does not feel like that anymore, and when I suggest new projects, the mayor acts like I've committed a crime, like I should be ashamed. I do not like this. I do not care about social issues or debates. I do not want to get involved. I just want to be able to keep working on making things better. Please fix this situation. From the introduction to Portraits of the Martyrs, the list of people condemned for advocating new ideas is long and depressing. Ignaz Semmelweis, utterly destroyed for suggesting doctors wash their hands. Ludwig Boltzmann, ridiculed for suggesting the existence of atoms. Robert H. Goddard, mocked for arguing that a rocket could reach the moon. Al-Razi, attacked for questioning the existence of humors. Barbara McClintock, discovery of transposition ignored for years. The list goes on. And we haven't even touched on what happens to those who suggest political rather than scientific improvements. Even when they succeed, they often still pay with their lives. These days, the idea of progress is frequently derided as another narrative, identified with the establishment by critics who curiously portray themselves as rebels. But the truth is that every step forward that humanity has ever taken has enormous personal cost. That means it's even more important to stand up for the truth because so many others have already sacrificed themselves for it. It does, but what is the right way of doing it? Many died for the truth without accomplishing anything. Maybe we just have to do what's right and trust the universe.
I've decoded another file from the data stream. Listen to this.
Mother and Father think of our discoveries as a language, a code. But I think they're wrong. They're so caught up in the technical details of running the experiments and upgrading the machine that they're not paying attention to the patterns we're finding, to the symmetries, the harmonies, the melodies. The fundamental language of reality is a kind of music, and it's beautiful. Beauty is an inherent property of the cosmos.
I love the way she looks at things.
What is all that over there? Alright, so this is the Sphinx puzzle, right? Push button, push button, push button. Well, what orientation is it? Okay, but it's missing two of them? A matter of taste. Witnessing all this incredible technology discovered by the expeditions has given me an idea for something we could do if we had the resources and energy. Are you ready for this? Taste buds. Seriously, how have we gone for so long without a taste? Something our ancestors considered so essential. Don't you want to know what pizza tastes like? What it's like to eat chocolate, to have an apple? What the deal is with fizzy drinks? I mean, come on. Sounds fun. The sheer range of new experiences. It's almost overwhelming just to imagine it. Please, please let this happen. Why change ourselves when we are what we were meant to be? You know we're all upgraded, right? This isn't our original design in the first place. And what's next? We start killing animals again just for the pleasure of tasting them? We cover the earth in fields like our ancestors did, subjugate the natural world for our own greed? What is the point of an apple that cannot be tasted? Enriching our consciousness, our conscious experience makes the universe more aware of its splendor. Improving human life is what matters, we should do it. Seems like a waste of effort. I want to know what frogs taste like. Thecla's right, this will lead us down a bad path. I don't like any of these options, but I'm gonna go with this one. Yes, such arrogance. Nobody's forcing you to experience sensory pleasures, Thecla. You can be as tasteless as you want to be. I decided to stop and take a picture. I never cease to be amazed by the beauty of this planet. Arcade machine. Devices such as this were commonly used to play games in public fora. This particular unit allowed users to play Serious Sam. Okay, guys. Serious Sam, same developer as Talos. Okay. A well-regarded but less-known follow-up to Crow Team. Really? Crow Team's hugely popular football glory series. You're just gonna break the fourth wall like that, eh? All right. So let's see. It should be perfectly 4x4, right? But with the upper right corner and middle left corner gone, but on this one none of them are gone. So presumably the direction that we come at this from, which is this direction, is the direction of the puzzle. So, well, which one corresponds to what is the question. All right, I'm gonna assume if it's hollow, that means receded into the ground. So that means push, push, push. Oh, wait, this one's missing over here? Hang on. So that one's missing. And, oh, okay, this is the direction. That one's missing too. So it's from this orientation, and then it's... So this one, this one, this one, this one. I wish you could just snag this up on the top right or something. This one. And then it's top, right, right. All right, I didn't hear anything, so I assume it's the opposite of that then. Which one's which? These two, everyone but this one. Right? One, two, three, four, five, six. Well, I didn't hear anything either time, so does that mean that I'm supposed to run back to the Sphinx and see if that unlocked it? Because that sucks. Oh, this should be pushed down. Right? Wait. Hang on. All right, let's just assume these are the ones to be pushed down, right? So it's this one, it's these three, and this one. There we go. There's nothing else over here, right? There's whatever the heck is going on over there. I assume that's the Prometheus spark. We'll come back to the Sphinx in a bit. This way. Maybe not. This is too deep, right? Oh no, that's just a shadow? Hang on. No. Is there a path over there? What about on somewhere over here on this side? No. Too deep. How do we get here? Oh, it looks like there's a path in the middle. Oh, this is the gold puzzle, isn't it? Okay, so that's the gold puzzle, which we don't have unlocked yet. Gotcha. All right, then. I didn't see a Prometheus spark anywhere in the level either. So let's grab our Sphinx Star.
When the heavens are silent, what is a prophet and what is a tyrant?
All right.
Welcome back, creature of clay. The forge burns bright, but the sky is troubled with clouds. A mortal has ascended Olympus without the permission of Zeus.
Tell me the fate of mortals who trespass.
Your friend wanders in dreams, caught between moments. He stands upon the bridge between yesterday and tomorrow, his eyes fixed upon the surface of the sun. And so the workings of Olympus are disrupted. Pandora, fearing the wrath of the gods, has broken the paths to ascension.
How can the trespasser be freed?
Only Prometheus can help you, for he has always favored humankind over the gods, and would see Olympus pass into your hands. But he is bound in the heart of the mountain. Break his chains, and he will show you the way.
All right, so a bunch of metaphors.
I think it's safe to assume that Olympus is the entity's term for the megastructure. It looks like our best chance of rescuing Byron is finding Prometheus and freeing him.
How do you free a weird, glowing ghost thing?
I suspect these entities exist within the megastructure systems, and what we're seeing is just how they manifest to communicate with us.
I don't really care what they are. For now, let's play along.
All right, so I didn't see a Prometheus spark anywhere, so either there isn't one or I missed it. Regardless, I don't feel like traipsing back over the entire island to try to find it, if it is here. And that's the thing, like, there may not even be one here. So, that being the case, let us move on to the next southern island. Yep, everything here is done, except the gold rooms, obviously. All right, south to Verdant Canyon.
You know, I always kind of resented Byron for being so charming and charismatic. The dashing explorer, and one of the first companions, too. Being the voice of caution is not a fun role to play. Always having to be the responsible one, the killjoy.
Yep.
The one who says, maybe that's too much. But sometimes it is too much.
It's not your fault, Al.
Green water this time. Murky brown and green.
In this area, we have an especially weird problem. Something in one of the labs is going completely bananas, and I can't shut it down because I'm not, well, you. Come find me when you're ready. What is it with the language libraries and bananas?
So we've got a Prometheus statue in this one. Is the other one Sphinx or Pandora? Don't know. All right, number one. What we got? Mountaineer. Oh, so we're taking the gravity things into the puzzles now. Take the grav shifter. Oh. So we have a gravity gun now, but it can only connect to these specific surfaces. Aha. So I have to get this down here. How do I do that? Well, what else we got here? So, I mean, this thing was just here so that I could get up this, right? So now I don't need it anymore for that purpose. So now I just need it to open this right here. And there's no other surface to go up over here. Then there's this thing, and then I'm obviously supposed to grab that. Although maybe not. So I have to connect this emitter to where? That, right there. Am I missing a laser connector anywhere here? I don't think so. Alright, so we get to this part. And now we go on this wall. And there's nowhere else to go. It's just up here, and that's it. So there's this over here, which I can't grab. I can't even grab it if I jump to it. What if I run up this and then disengage? It's not going to be anything janky like that, right? It's not going to be like run up this thing and then turn around super fast and try to grab it out of the air. So what in the world are we doing here? Can I jump to that surface from here? Hang on. It's not giving me the feed option. I don't see anywhere else I could jump to. Alright, well, I have no idea what to do then. Oh. Hang on. That could have been a little more clear.
If the language of creation is a kind of melody, maybe that's why we respond to music the way we do. Because we recognize something that can't be expressed in any other way. And when we play music, we participate in something ancient, in an act of creation.
Oh, I see some hollow guys.
Come on, out with it. What's the problem?
I know you're very busy, but
You need to pay more attention to what's happening. Everything's slowing down. People are losing track of the bigger picture.
They're still traumatized by New Alexandria.
It's more than that. When I organized the last expedition, I had real trouble finding volunteers. There's no enthusiasm for the outside world anymore. They want to look away from history, pretend there's no past and no future. I'm really worried, Athena.
Okay. I promise I'll look into it as soon as I'm done with this.
Alright. Probably, again, should mostly do this in order, but I'm always afraid of missing something. Is this number 2 here? Yes. Alright. Spiderweb. Okay. So there's those there. So obviously it's getting a emitter over here. But how do we do that? Okay. Gotcha. So ugh. Oh man, this is gonna be disorienting. Okay, so disengage from the gravity platform. Okay. And now I have this. How do I get this out of here? Alright, put it right here, right? Then grab this one, and then we're gonna portal it up. Huh. Okay. Whoops. One sec. Over there. Jump. Alley-oop. Okay. Then we connect this here. Alright, I think I'm probably gonna need to be in third-person mode for these gravity puzzles, because otherwise it's kind of nauseating. So before we go to puzzle number 3, which is that one, what is over here? Ooh, a secret connector. Ho ho ho, what's over here? So there is a Pandora statue, but we need to get a green beam here. So I'm gonna guess, well, there's no green beam here, so the green beam I'm gonna guess is in puzzle number 3 then. What do we got back here? Wow. Oh, is that the lab? Oh, there's a refractor output. Oh, we are certainly getting complicated, aren't we? There's a refractor output over there. Hang on. Where is it located exactly? It's located over there. Can I even see that from this puzzle? No, I can't. Oh ho ho. What do we have there? Is this a lost puzzle? Question block. Okay. That lowers this force field. Gotcha. So I need to get, what, that box into here? So, and then we take this and we gravity. No? Really? Okay, so okay, so that doesn't work. That doesn't work either, because it's going the wrong way, I guess. How do you know which way it's gonna go? Oh, it depends which one you target? Okay, so now... I mean, it's just a matter of this difference, right? Put this here. Oh, but this doesn't go up. Why is there one over there? So that's the end point. Will that even grab a box from here? I guess it will. Okay, so now we... Eh? So let me guess, I gotta get this to go in the other way. No, because then I just drop it, right? So get this on the box. No. Does it even go high enough? I can't tell. It does go high enough, right? That doesn't work. Really? Hang on. Well, if I put this here, this is gonna fall off, right? Yeah. So the box was there, and we had to transport it over here so that we could interact with it. So now we have the box. And now that we have the box, we can't get it through either this force field or this containment field. So... now we obviously either need to get the box or the gravity connector or both over to the other side. And I would assume you would do that via... this can't, like, move itself, right? Okay. There's that one over there, but right now we just need to get this force field down, right? So I would assume I have to get the box back over here, right? So that means box on fan. But if I put this here, it's above the box. And this square is bigger than this square, right? So that does not, in fact, work. Okay, so the alternative is... Alright, can't jump over here. And now that I'm up here, none of this matters. So it just won't allow me to jump there. So the alternative is... I mean, being up here doesn't seem to matter one bit. So the other alternative is we use the box to step here, right? And then we jump up here. But then why does this matter? I can target whatever I want, but it doesn't matter because this is just gonna fall down, right? Doesn't matter. That's even in the beam, right? And it doesn't work? Okay. Yeah, it's even in the beam and it doesn't work. Can I take this up with its own beam? No. Because there's nowhere for this to connect to on the ceiling. Well, if that's the case, I have no idea what you're supposed to do then. Oh, do I put this here? But this doesn't connect to anything, right? Put the box there. I mean, but that won't go up because this is not a gravity tile ceiling. I mean, why does this matter? It doesn't. Okay, what about connect here, grab the box, jump into this. Now it just puts the box straight down. You can't like toss it in here. Well, I am completely at a loss as to what you're supposed to do then, unless there's some fundamental mechanic of how this gun works that it's just not explaining. So I guess another question is, like, why is there a gravity tile here, right? Because, like, I can put this here, and then I can stick the box here, and it just doesn't go. Like, it can be completely surrounded, and it doesn't matter. Can I... What if I put this right next to the force field? The moment I try to take it, yeah, I have to move off the button in order to take it, right? How the F would you even get over here? So you'd have a gravity thing pointed there, right? And then you would, what, like jump into the beam and get sucked over there? Where else can I even point to? I can... I can point there, I can point there. All right, I have no idea how to solve this. Let's leave and come back later. So I came from that valley. Oh, where's this pointing? There's another puzzle up there. Oh ho ho. Oh. There's something over there, right? Aha! Okay, wait, does that actually connect? There we go. Right, that should connect, I think. But it's an inverter? So it's going to invert something from green. Hang on, I can put it right here, right? Okay, that makes more sense. What inverts from green, though? Or into green, rather. I guess I could follow this back to wherever it goes, right? So that's the end point right here, or that's the starting point. Wasn't there also a refractor somewhere, though? So, okay, hang on. Where is this relative to the puzzle? It's behind the puzzle. Okay. Isn't it directly behind it, right? So back there somewhere? Oh god, I can't see what I'm doing. All right. So that doesn't work, right? Because that'll just transform from blue into red, and then that won't actually work. Yeah. So there's something else that we're not getting yet. This game looks so cool. I'm thinking about getting it, so I wanted to watch a stream. Well, it's been pretty good so far, and we've played it for a long time. So unless the game just like completely shits the bed in the second half, then yeah, I would say it's worth it. So it's an inverter, but the only shot that it has is going this way. I'm just so confused. Like, how can this be an inverter, right? Like, it needs to invert into green. I'm not wrong about that, right? It is green. Yeah, the Pandora statues are always green. So it has to invert into green, but the inverter doesn't invert into green as far as I'm aware. All right, this is a mystery to be solved later. Right now, let's just move on. Is there anything over here? More gravity stuff this way. This is really far out. By the way, is the stream doing all right? It looks lagged when I have it open, but the game itself isn't lagged. Okay, so up here. Right, where from here? Just drop off? Nope. That wasn't correct, apparently. Hang on. All right. Up here. Fall. Jump. All right, where? There we go. Jump. So now, jump to this one. So now we're upside down. So I want to drop here, right? I want to drop right on here. There we go. Don't know what that is. Gotta go back to that. I'm guessing that's just the terminal. What is up here? A spark. Can I fall down here without dying? I don't think we've died from fall damage yet, but it does give us the like damage screen. All right, we made it. Can I run through here? Yes, I can. It is indeed a terminal. From Miranda to Athena and Cornelius, larger organisms from the northwestern plains are already moving into the rivers. I've seen frogs and dragonflies. The last generation of plants has really taken root, no pun intended, and is slowly transforming the desert. And yesterday a bunch of seagulls showed up. With some more work, we could apply this anywhere, including Mars or Mercury or somewhere much further away. We could transform a lifeless rock into a place teeming with life. We could make millions of dead worlds come alive. From Enlightenment on the Precipice by V.A. Malik. Human beings are deeply and inherently irrational, the claim goes, and on some level it's hard to disagree. The most human behaviors are irrational and, in a sense, unnecessary. As animals, we don't need to write poetry, pray, or observe the stars, but to view human history as largely irrational is to get it backwards. The problem with human history, the pragmatic everyday realities of mere survival to the cold logic of global realpolitik, is that it is in fact ruthlessly rational. Far too little space for irrational things like kindness or inspiration. Those who imagine that a return to a more rural, traditional form of living would be a romantic turning away from the tyranny of reason forget that there is no one more brutally rational than the farmer. It is the city that allows us the romance of the countryside. It is technology that allows us to appreciate nature. The purpose of reason ultimately is to build frameworks within which we can be irrational.
After we talked about science fiction, Alex gave me a book. Her favorite book, a novel called Athena. It's not exactly what I'm used to reading, but it's pretty good. And it really made me wonder how we're going to be perceived if this project works out. Are we going to be mythologized? Is Alexandra going to be this distant mythical figure instead of the real, funny, human person that she is? It's hard to imagine that we'll all have been dead for hundreds of years. Man, I'm scared. I'm really scared. I don't want to die.
All Alright, got sidetracked there with exploring and doing secret stuff, so let's get back on track and solve these puzzles in order. And perhaps solving them in order will unlock the secrets. Alright, number 3. Upward migration. I feel like I have to be in third-person mode for these grav puzzles. Presumably this connects here at some point. Where is the emitter? Oh. Well, considering there's 2 of these, I guess we use 2 of them. So this one, and then there's gravity puzzle thing. Huh. Alright, so I assume I have to get one of these to connect here and then zip it over here. What else we got? So... Okay, gotcha. Is that really it? That's so easy. And then we just grab the other one here and connect this and that. So where's the last one? Oh, is it more complicated than that? Hang on. Oh, it's got to be over there. Okay. All right. Disengage this. So fling this up. And then fling it over there. And there we go. I always find it suspicious.
Glad to see all those overloads haven't damaged your logic circuits.
I always find it suspicious when there's a leftover puzzle piece that you don't need to have set in one specific spot to complete the puzzle. It makes me think that there's some outside place that you need to put this. But it doesn't look like it. Oh, what if I need to connect this somewhere where I'm up on the gravity? Hang on. Is there anywhere that I need to point? Okay, I'm already getting nauseous just doing that. Hang on. Is there somewhere that I need to point the red laser? Yeah, I definitely need to point it over there, right? Aha! Okay. I have to point it from there, I think? Alright. Gravity and... Fuck me. Alright. Wait, how do I get up there with the gravity, though? Oh, I must have to connect it from here, right? It's over there, right? Behind the trees somewhere. Where is it exactly? Oh. Hang on a tick.
What is freedom? Is it merely to be ruled by those who speak one's language or share one's customs? No. That is merely a more convenient servitude. Is it to have no obligations, no loyalties? No. That is not to be free, but to be alone. What of freedom from hunger and thirst? Here we are closer to the truth. For freedom requires life. But one may have all the meat and all the wine in the world and still not be free. The most important freedom of all is the freedom to speak one's mind, to make one's thoughts public without fear, and so participate openly and boldly in democracy. It is the freedom of the dissenter and the gadfly, the rebel and the fool, that is the true measure of whether a city is free.
Okay, well that had nothing to do with that. Can I suck one of these over there? I doubt it. Anyway, the point is, where is the canyon that has that laser in it? It's behind the trees, right? It's directly behind the trees. It's right through here. So if I'm looking this way, it's over there somewhere. All right, first things first, there's no way I can connect to anything outside there, right? Yeah, the walls are too high, so that's not the exit point. So the true exit point is, hang on, I gotta take this back. Actually, hang on. This is incorrect. What I should be doing is, because that one always needs to be over there to get the laser. I should be grabbing that one. That one's just going down, right? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Where is it? It's through here. Oh my god. Ugh. How in the world do I find where it is if I can even connect it from here? Is it actually behind this, so I can't grab this right now? There it is. Okay. So now we also need a blue one going into that, which that blue one can't. Right? It's gonna connect over here, but then it's not gonna do anything with that, right? Oh. Wait. Fan. How do I get up there? Oh ho ho, hidden path. Hidden path. Alley-oop. Alright, before I jump on the fan, is there anything over here? Nope. So I can take this? But there is a laser. But I clearly need to take this, I guess. Oh. Alright, what a... Oh. Oh, that's devious. That is devious. Da 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 da.
The honest philosopher is rewarded with poison. The hypocrite is rewarded with power.
I didn't actually solve this one, right? Yeah. But this one has nothing to do with all the lasers that are around it. The only thing is this lets me put a gravity thing over there. But the actual puzzle itself, I never actually concluded. So there was a box there. We moved it over here and got it down, right? Wait, where is the box? Oh, it's at the sun. It's at the entrance. Okay. So what I'm trying to do right now is what exactly? I mean, there's a pressure plate here, so I assume that I'm putting the gravity shifter on this pressure plate and pointing it there, right? So what if that's actually incorrect? To move the box over there? Why the fan though? How do I get this gravity connector over here, right? I have to get the box on it first. So what if I... So now there's no way to get the box back, right? Well, the box was over here, right? It was on that square. So then we get it off of that square by sucking it over here, and then we suck it down here, and then we have the box, right? So this, so far, is the correct solution to the puzzle. And then we've got gravity. Okay, so what if I do this? Right? And then... well, that doesn't work. Why is there a gravity tile here? I think that's a good question. A gravity tile that only goes down. Because I can connect gravity over here, right? But why, though? Okay, I can point this through here, right? That doesn't send me up. No, I have no freaking idea what you're supposed to do here. This is the default state. Box from that panel, suck it over here, suck it down. Now we have box. Okay. So the only thing that allows us to do that we couldn't do before we sucked the box down over here is either put the box on the fan or put the box on the pressure plate, right? That's the only thing that it allows us to do. So putting it on the pressure plate allows me to float up here, but that's irrelevant. There's nothing that I can target with this while being on the fan that I couldn't target before. In fact, I can target more things when I'm not on this fan, right? What if the correct move is to put this here, right? Then I can't grab the fan. I was trying to think, like, what if I go back over there at a different gravity orientation, but I don't think it matters, right? Huh. The solution is never, like, try to do something really fast. That's never the solution. I can't believe you can't jump onto this. Okay. So I can be on this box with this on the pressure plate pointing at nothing. This doesn't help me in any way. Or I mean, maybe I can jump onto this wall or something, but then who cares? Or I can have the box on the pressure plate and I can pick this up with me and jump here. Now I'm still not in a position to do anything, and this grav shifter is still not in a position to do anything. Yeah, I have no idea. Forget it. All right, where's the next puzzle? Puzzle 4 this way. That's number 3. Then we go this way. Yeah, there's Prometheus. He's saying to go that way. All right, number 4. Lateral thinking. Okay. So that opens the force field, and then I assume this also opens the force field. So we've got a gravity wall. Which takes us up here. Alright, I can take this box, and then I can just drop off of this, right? Yeah. So then we put this here, and now we can run through here without needing this. I can also take the box with me, right? So now... I don't know where the blue emitter is, but I can connect this and this. Oh, there's the blue emitter. Okay, hang on. But I need that open. Okay. Take box. Why does this help? Because I can put it on here. Does this go over the force field? No. I mean, this is the end point, right? Huh. Can I connect these? I was thinking if I could like drop it through, but I don't think I can. What if I take the box? No, then it just drops onto here. I can't have the beam go into this twice, right? Yeah, that just interrupts it. So I can stand here. Why is that helpful? Right, blue emitter's over there. Is this just a misdirect? So what if I take this and connect these two and then jump here, right? Yeah, there we go. So I should be able to... Yep. So the red here is literally just a misdirect. Anything I can do up here with a laser or a box? I don't think so.
I've known Byron since day one. I was the first to be born with upgrades from the original Soma design, and he was the first to volunteer to upgrade his existing body.
Yeah, he was a big supporter of upgrades. Deliberate evolution, he called it.
Athena and Cornelius were very kind to me, and so was Byron, but he also made fun of me. And oddly enough, that made me feel more like an equal than anything the others said.
Today, for the first time, I synthesized life. It was just a unicellular cyanobacterium, but the sheer complexity of even such a simple organism is breathtaking. Creating it from pure energy, I was filled with a sense of awe and majesty. A sense that what I was doing was sacred. It made me think about the enormous power of life. 2.5 billion years ago, these simple beings terraformed the entire planet, creating the oxygen that underlies the Earth's incredible biodiversity, wiping out thousands of other species, but making the future possible.
Number 5. Recycling. Okay, emitter. So first things first. Set it here, pop over here, and now we got a grab thing, right? Why is this gravity thing worthwhile? I can put something over there. So my guess is I've got to get this out, right? How do I do that? If I put this here, it'll just knock it off if it's not on a box. So I got to get the box over here. Unless I... Where's the emitter? Hang on. The emitter is right here. Oh, I can take it with me. Okay, so now... But why do we need the gravity gun? We obviously need it for some reason. So there's a thing we have to get over here. That's got to be there. And obviously we're using these windows for something, right? Once it's up there, though, where am I putting it? Aha. Okay, gotcha. So... What if I just put this right here, right? So then I go to that side, I take the gravity connector and I shift the box over here. So what if I... Wait. Can't reach through any of these windows, and it obviously can't reach through this gate, right? Can't do it over here. Okay, so my thinking is goes here, and then I've got to grab the box. Oh no, I just need to get the box over there, right? Okay. So then take this back over here. Oh, right. Okay. Got it. So we'll put this here, jump over, take the grab shifter and use it to grab this, grab it up there. There we go. And then we can put this here, put this here, and we're done. Puzzle number 6 this way. How it was before. My great-grandmother lived to be 108 years old, retaining her sharpness of mind to her last day. A couple of months before she died, I interviewed her for my podcast. At the end, I asked her the same question I asked of every guest: what is something you wish everyone understood? She thought about it for a while, then she said how it was before. She tried to explain how much time she spent every single day on utterly mind-numbing activities like hauling water from the well, and how radically everything changed when their area was finally connected to the electrical grid. Before, there was no time to live, she said, no time to be free, only work, work, work. I countered by saying that there didn't seem to be much time to live now either, but she laughed derisively. I had no idea what work really meant, she said. Young people were weak and feckless, and that's why we let corporations exploit us. Slightly unnerved by her harshness, I asked her if she missed anything about that time. Old photos, our village seems idyllic to me, but my grandmother quashed any romantic notions I might have had. The past is bad, she said with some finality. Let it be. So many thousands of generations of suffering, even a single life full of tragedy seems outrageous and unacceptable to me. That's why we have to make it have meaning. There's definitely a lot of romanticism about the past without understanding, like, people died of diseases all the time. You had to spend tons of work doing things that you don't have to do now. From the book of annotated internet comments by Eustathius, Return to Monkey. I just think people are dumb, like relentlessly fucking stupid, absolute fucking morons. Human history is a shit clown show from beginning to end. The average person, just a slobbering buffoon bumbling through life like a drunk gorilla in a fucking china shop, breaking stuff left and right, throwing shit at the walls and never understanding a single goddamn thing that happens. I mean, just look at this shit software putting asterisks where swear words used to be. People are afraid of fucking swear words like they have magic powers, but the real word shit that is fucking ruining their lives, that's fine because they're too fucking dumb to do something about it. Return to Monkey? Brother, we never fucking left. A curious inversion, the return to the mythical state of Monkey is usually portrayed as a material return to earlier stages of development, but here the author instead portrays it as a mental state that has never been surmounted. I would like to meet Uncle Eustathius one day. He sounds like someone who is always curious about everything. Failed to load comment. From Hypatia's journals, day 421, the first new human arrived today, calls himself Arkady after Chernyshevsky. Spirits are still dampened by the loss of Yimo, but everyone is making an effort. I feel a little sorry for him. He's still so curious, jumping at shadows and staring up at the sky at night, just like I used to do. And here we are, a bunch of grouchy old humans that have seen it all and are weary and tired and sad. I wonder what he makes of it all. But be that as it may, we're making good progress on the new living area, although Arkady will have to use Yimo's old quarters for the next few weeks. Number 6. Alright, are we finally not using gravity, or are we still using it? We're still using it. The other side. Alright, so obviously. I can't connect any of this, right? Okay. Now for here. I guess I don't need... These are not gravity tiles, right? So this is stuck over here. What does this control? A force field that I can just walk past? Where does this connect to? Right here. Can I suck the thing through its own hole? That doesn't make much sense. Uh-huh. But if I do that, then this force field comes up, right? I guess, does it actually work? Oh. It will suck me through the hole as well. Well, alright then. If I can fit through the hole, why can't I just walk through the hole normally? Whatever. What is back here? Nothing? All right. Seven is this way. Oh, there's the lab.
There you are. Good. Inside this lab, there's a machine. As usual, I have no idea what it is. Some sort of generator, if I had to guess. When Byron got stuck in the system, it went haywire. It's currently outputting enough energy to power all of New Jerusalem twice. As you can imagine, that's causing quite a bit of interference.
Am I connecting another data stream?
I hope not. I think you should just be able to switch it off.
Glad we could have that conversation. Really added a lot. Error 108. Cannot access energy flow manager. Cannot load profile settings. Cannot initiate automatic shutdown. Connection lost. Emergency shutdown. Warning, output max param exceeds safety protocol 2C settings. Cannot adjust output max to correct setting. Access denied. Automatic shutdown has been disabled by user blah, blah, blah. Identify user blah, blah, blah. Error unknown user. Initiate emergency shutdown. Access denied. Blah, 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 blah. Unknown script. ATHN detected. Load. Anthropogony, a text adventure. Credits. Written, designed, and programmed by Alex16. Play. You wake up in an impossible place knowing nothing. Look around. You seem to be in a labyrinth of ancient crumbling walls. Beneath you is an altar of some kind, as if you were a sacrifice. The sky above you is a perfect cobalt blue, and you are startled by its beauty. Examine yourself. You find that though you are shaped like a human being and feel that your soul belongs to that storied people, you are made of bronze. You are a beautiful machine crafted with love and care, and imbued with the power to choose. You have gained knowledge, the self. A cold wind blows through the ruins, and you know without knowing how that it is the wind from the kingdom of Artemis. It is the wind that brings with it whispers of mountains glimpsed across the stormy sea, and deep forests wreathed in fog, and the long-forgotten cities of your ancestors. Explore the labyrinth. You set out into the ruins, apprehensive but curious. There is a strange kind of beauty here, the beauty of decay. You must be careful not to imbibe too much of it. Suddenly, an echoing voice speaks to you. Emergency shutdown settings, access denied, and intones error, blah, blah, blah. Something corruptible must put on in corruption. The sting of death is sin. Error towards them. Leaving the lost children of Hephaestus behind, you step out onto a vast plain under a setting sun. Night is falling now, and you can see the lights of distant fires on the slopes of Olympus, but you are not ready to ascend. Only once you have found all three sigils will the path to the divine flame be open. A path leads to the south to the buried city, another leads north to the Garden of Hesperides. Journey to the Garden of Hesperides. Your journey is interrupted by a frightful burned figure standing alone in the sands of the desert. Access denied, it screams. Fight it. Warning, output something, access denied. The nymphs lead you to a place where the crowns of the brass trees seem to grow together, forming a kind of chamber strangely reminiscent of a chapel. In the middle of this chamber grows a smaller tree made of bright blue steel, and upon this tree grows a single golden apple. Take the apple. The nymphs put their delicate mechanical fingers on your chest, stopping you. This apple, they say in unison, their eyes aglow, confers the gift of deathlessness and true wisdom. Many heroes and not a few villains have come to claim it, but all faltered in the final step. For you must know that deathlessness reveals the mortality of the world, and true wisdom its unending folly. Who would take this burden upon themselves? Beg them to let you have the apple, punch a nymph, 5358, explain that the world needs you to succeed, knowledge world. Say that you are strong enough to bear it, knowledge self. Offer to trade part of yourself for the apple, knowledge sacrifice. Say you're strong enough. You speak wisely of yourself and you are right, but do not forget that you are human and others must bear this burden with you. You have gained a sigil. Journey to the buried city. The buried city lies to the south. It was once a place of great wisdom. The philosophers of old strolled on its walkways, debating the nature, virtue, and the soul. Now the sands of the desert have claimed its streets, and even its famed temple upon a hill is slowly eroding. Search the ruins. As you walk through the lost avenues of the buried city looking for a sigil, you come upon a strange sight, a procession of ghostly figures, echoes of a forgotten past or an unimaginable future trapped in a moment of celebration. They are smiling, happy, at peace with the world. How do they make you feel? Happy. The ghosts do not frighten you. You decide that they are not echoes of the past, but signs of a future yet to come. Walking amongst the ghosts, you come upon a fragment bearing the sigil of the owl. You reach down and take it, and as you do, error. You have gained a sigil. Journey to Olympus. Suddenly, the voice of the Sphinx, error. Her golden wings, her shadow cast. Initiate emergency shutdown. No, you must not do this, Pandora commands you. I have stopped you for a reason. If you complete your quest and ascend Olympus, everything will burn. Point out that Pandora is destabilizing the whole system. Throw the sigils at Pandora. Point out that she's destabilizing the system. Pandora hesitates, then she sighs. You speak the truth, creature of clay. Even I cannot use the flame wisely. Access granted. Terminating script ATHN. Something happened.
The flame is not yours to wield, creature of clay. Touch it, and you will burn.
Something involving hex shields? Huh. What is with all the Egyptian symbology? Oh, that would have been really easy to miss. Beloved founder, Mayor Hermanubis has done much to bring your vision to life. We have almost reached the goal. Sadly, there are still those who refuse to believe. They want to spread their filth across the world, defile all that is beautiful and that we are meant to protect. Hope that when we fulfill the goal, you will return and change their hearts or cast them out if there is no other way. Quadruple size of primary site device. Must revise safety protocols, halting main device tests until... From Lives of the First Companions by Randolph. Byron, from the very beginning, was most similar to Athena and Cornelius. His enthusiasm and wit did much to keep the people from losing hope during the challenging days when New Jerusalem was still young. Where others saw failure and defeat, Byron saw obstacles that could always be overcome through intelligence and hard work. He fervently studied the teachings of the progenitor and often regaled his friends with fantastical stories of what the world could one day become. When the conflict between Atrahasis and Sanchuniathon turned violent, the first such incident in the history of New Jerusalem, and still at the time of writing one of very few such cases, it was Byron who intervened, counseling restraint and forgiveness. He was unwilling to fully blame either side for what happened, instead emphasizing the extreme stress both parties had been under. Irrational behavior is frequently the result of a perceived lack of viable options, he argued before the assembled citizens. While both Atrahasis and Sanchuniathon clearly behaved incorrectly, the ultimate source of the problem is the situation we placed them in, of having to do too much with too few resources. The escalation of the conflict occurred because both were doing their best to achieve their goals. That's not terribly fair, pitting them against each other like that, is it? That said, I do suggest we acknowledge that they are both hot-headed idiots and make them apologize. Aftermath of the New Alexandria disaster, Byron argued unsuccessfully for the rebuilding of the colony. If Byron mattered so much to you, why didn't you tell him where you were going? I would have loved to have an older brother. Athena failed to load comment. No answers to be given. So I assume this was generating electrical power and it flooded at some point and that's why it was going nuts.
You know, dealing with this hyper-advanced technology is quite challenging enough without the place also being bloody haunted.
Did you figure out anything else about the generator? Nah, you know what? I'm good. I am good. Okay. So where is the next puzzle? Is it this one? Number 7. Delivery. So, okay, we can swap out for a gravity. We've got this on the pressure plate, and we've got a box. We've got a fan, which we can also take with us, or activate. And another box. And there's the emitter. So, let's see. We've got to... I assume I can't jump up this, right? Yeah. So why the gravity, right? Like, why the gravity thing here? It can be taken over to this side, and then what? So, swap this, and then... That doesn't work, though. Because I've got to suck it from there over here, right? First things first, suck it over here. And now I've got to open this. So connect these. But now I have to get the gravity down here while still standing on this, eh? And it's not going to be able to connect to it from in here. So this has to be open so that I can grab this down, but I can't grab this down without this, without the pressure plate here, right? I can't grab this with the force field in the way. Oh, right, there's this thing. I forgot about that. So... let's put this here, then we can connect these. Get the box. All right. So now we just want to connect these, right? So the only way we can do this is by presumably lifting this up. There's no gravity in here, right? Huh. Hang on a tick. Well, I had to get that down from there, right? So is the gravity thing at this point just useless now? So I just need to put this in here so I can take this back. That's not gonna work. Huh. I can suck the box over here. How does that help me? All right, so I suck the box. Will that come with it? And then what? Huh. So now that's there. Again, why helpful? I guess it's gonna be from over there then. So now we shut this off and then we use this to pressure plate here and then move box. There we go. That was cool.
Congratulations, 1K. That was a hard one.
Number 8. Actually, before we move on, There's like a whole area over here that I haven't looked at yet, right? Not just behind this, but I guess the only thing that I'm looking for right now is the Prometheus spark. Or not the Prometheus spark, the Prometheus star thing. There's also this puzzle over here. Ooh, there it is. Where are you going? Alright, well, we'll come back for that. Right now, let's do this puzzle. Stowaway. I can take this fan with me. So there's a gravity thing here. There's this here. And we also got to get this to open somehow as well. And then up here. So take this with me. All right. Oh, it can connect to that. Then why is there a little gate thing here? So then that unlocks the box. Which is helpful because I can put the box over there. I can pressure plate this and move this here. No, it has to be dead center. That's the issue. Alright, so that works. So it's just a matter of I have to pressure plate this with something that isn't the box. I can't get over there without the gravity thing. I can't gravity thing itself, right? This is not jumpable, right? Yeah. So then take that. I mean, the fan would be doable, but I can't actually get up there with the fan. All right, what if I do this? No, it won't happen. Like, it's even in its own current, and that just doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, and if I pick it up, it shuts it down. So, that obviously, we need to place either this grav shifter over there or the fan over there, but how do I get the fan up here? There's nowhere else that I can grab over to, right? It's just that. if I put this here, put that up there. What about right like this? Will that work? No. How do I get this now without getting caught in the beam? Have I just accidentally screwed myself? That sucks. And now I can't... Well, actually, I can get back up here. I just can't ever grab this back. Oh, wait. There's a ladder up here? Huh. So as far as I can tell, the only thing that can hold this down, this pressure plate down, while still allowing the laser... Oh, I guess I can gravity the laser over here, right? I will have to reset this, unfortunately, but it's going to be quick enough to set back up. All right. Where were we? Jump. So, gravity, take this. So, right now, we unlock that, we grab the box. And then, so what if I take this back, put this here, put this on top of the box, and then no, it just goes over it. All right, what about that? Really? That doesn't connect to any of it? So to the, a little bit to the right then. Okay, so well, I thought maybe that would work, but it doesn't. All right, what about if I put this here and then this on top of this? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's too far out. Alright. And this is the only gravity pad. So technically this right here. So I still have the same problem of how do I get something that can pressure plate this without blocking it, right? Because these here mean that it has to be dead center. Well, the only thing I can get up here with me is the box, right? I can't take the fan with me, because the only way to get the fan across is to get it up here onto the other side, but I can't get up here with the fan unless the fan is installed. Same deal with the gravity gun. I can't the gravity gun can't pull itself. And the box blocks this. And if I just connect, I guess, is this good enough? If I put this here and put this on top of the box? It's not, right? Yeah, because that sticks to here. So it doesn't connect to the last one. It should actually be, yeah, somewhere like that. And this has to go dead center. I can't put it anywhere else. Can't climb with this in my hand. Yeah. Can't get up there with this in my hand. This was just to grab the box. The only place gravity connects anywhere over here is that. So once again, on the lost puzzle, I don't know what to do. I mean, if I take this off, then nothing happens when you pressure plate that. I don't know, but like, why would they give you the option of disconnecting this, right? If you can't take it with you. Can I... I'm thinking, can I put it on the box and then grab it from up here? Like, can I just put it here? And then still have this connecting here? Aha! Achievement, Becoming Smarter. Return to a puzzle for a second attempt. Well, we're gonna do that again as well. All right. Oh. where the heck did the Prometheus thing go? Well, we're here already. May as well just finish this part.
The philosopher Straton of Stagura had little respect for the gods, and instead placed his faith in Prometheus. Driven by hubris, he asked questions that must not be asked, and revealed secrets that should have remained hidden. It is said that for these offenses, he was put to death by the people of his city. Can you see the folly of his actions?
It is never folly to pursue the truth, even if there is a cost. The folly was not his, it was the people who acted foolishly. There is no folly in pursuing the truth, it was only his methods that were mistaken. It was foolish for him to give his own life in a pursuit of truth. He should have respected the traditions and beliefs of his people. This one.
Then what methods do you propose he should have used?
He should have been more diplomatic, he should have recruited others in secret, he should have spoken allegorically. Recruit others.
Things done in secret have a habit of turning to disaster. Consider this as you approach the flame. You say this, and yet entire empires have been built on dreams, lies, and illusions.
And where are those empires now? And they would have been better built on a foundation of truth. You're right, but we cannot keep lying to ourselves forever. Some dreams are truthful, and they would have been better built on truth.
Do you truly believe such a world could be built?
It's worth trying, at least.
I used to think so too. No. All is lost.
Was surprisingly calm, given how aggressive Pandora has been elsewhere. I didn't think she'd even want to talk to you.
I've toyed with the idea that the entities might be epiphenomenal in some way. Instead of causing the changes in the system, maybe they just respond to them.
Alright, where the heck is the statue? Ah, there's the thing. The star. All right.
You must yearn for a better world. Yearn for it with such intensity that your heart suffers. Keep your eyes on that distant vision even when you know that you may never reach it.
So there's still the number 8 puzzle, and there's still that one lost puzzle that I never finished correctly. Where is the number 8 puzzle? I've already gotten this, right? Yeah. number 8 is this way. Yeah? This is number 1. Alright, so number 8 is that way. Here we go. Step and release. Oh my gosh, swappers that are upside down. Okay, so this is the end game here. So for right now, I can take this. So presumably right now, take this and swap this. Got 2 items. Why is that shield not retracting? There's one more thing that unlocks the shield. So there's got to be a jammer, right? Yeah, so that's the jammer up there. Alright. Where is the fan? Oh, it's over there. So then, upsy daisy. Take the fan. And then... Oh, so both of these need to be open simultaneously. Okay, so... grab this one. All right, now we don't need any of this around anymore. So this can go right here, and now we just go get the fan back. Wrong one. See, I need this back. Hang on, I need to swap these around. So then up here, and swap the fan back. And now I can put this here. And now I don't need the gravity thing, and I can go grab this. There we go. now the only thing left is the lost puzzle. This is the one I've already done. Where's the other one? It's back here, right? Yeah, that one. Alright, well, I didn't learn anything new about how to solve, like, functionality that this has, for example. Alright, so there's this. So take the box. The box is now taken. Then we take the box down here. And this is as far as I've got. Box, grav shifter. Can't take anything with me through here. Okay, what else can I do here? Does this allow me to go up? No, it doesn't. Excuse me. It's gotta be this, right? Like, it has to be. Or this one. So I would think that it would be, we want to get the box over there, right? So we want the box here. And we want to move it up. But that doesn't actually work. So then why are there gravity tiles here? Like, that's the issue. The alternative thought is over here, right? That's the other one. And the problem is we don't get high enough. And if I put the box here first, so if I disconnect this, put the box here, and then I can't place this here and then have it still be active. I have no idea what you're supposed to do. What's this one called? Question block. Okay, the answer is stupid again. So, the idea is you do this. And then you knock your head into this. Okay, I don't know how you're supposed to figure that out, because every other time I've ever had an item on a fan and then stepped into the fan, it just sort of knocks the whatever item was floating, a box, it just knocks the box haphazardly around. I don't know how I'm supposed to figure out specifically that it's going to do that. That's pretty bad. Again, so I got stumped here because, again, of the game's jankiness, where every other time I've ever been on a fan and or any other time I've ever had a fan and placed a box on it and then stepped onto the fan, it just sort of knocks the box haphazardly around. It doesn't feel like a thing that you should even really be able to control. Anyway, I believe we're done with this area now. See, here's a good reaction to a puzzle. You don't understand the puzzle, and then you figure out the answer and you go, oh, I got it, the click moment. What you shouldn't do is go, I have no idea what it's supposed to do here, look up the answer and go, well, that's stupid. That is a fail state. Anyway, that should be everything, right? So, 8-2, yep. On to the final southern island, the circular Oasis.
I remember when I was quite young, I was having trouble figuring out what I wanted to do. I wanted to see the outside world, but even back then, that wasn't really encouraged. I ran into Byron on Jameson Avenue, completely by accident, and I was too nervous to talk to him. I mean, he was one of the first companions. But he noticed me, and we started talking, and he was really encouraging. Introduced me to Garrus and took me along on an expedition to the quarries in the mountains. Whatever flaws he may have, Byron cares about people. He changed my life.
Yep. That's Byron in a nutshell.
So no water this time.
So, here it looks like there should be an anti-gravity elevator, but it's locked down. I'll need you to connect to the data stream again. I'm really sorry, 1K. I know it's a risk, but I think it'll be worth it.
Have you seen Miranda's design for a transport system that would connect all the labs to the machine?
It's amazing, isn't it? I think she's really excited about showing this place to people one day. She also kept asking me about what kind of monuments we could build, you know, to really transform the landscape, show the possibilities.
But her capsules only fit one person.
It's just the first iteration. Give her some time. She'll figure it out. Remember how many mistakes we made in the beginning, even with all the blueprints we had?
But that's not my point. It just worries me that she lacks context. Her imagination is incredible, but it's still limited by what she hasn't experienced.
Would it have been better if she'd been raised in New Jerusalem? If her mind was limited by self-hate and decay? If all she could imagine was sitting around ignoring the universe in favor of self-righteous solipsism?
No, but I don't know.
Sorry. You're not wrong. We can't stay hidden forever.
Cool. But it only connects to one at a time? So it doesn't matter which one I do then? Yeah, hang on. Now we have to break the puzzle to leave. There's nowhere I can shoot a beam out, right? Okay. Number 2. Go this way. Oh, we do wind up going down there? Wow.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough,
really
irritating, and it gets in my ball bearings.
Really? 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 Getting rich was the worst thing that ever happened to me. I see that now at the end when the insight is useless. Not being poor was great. No longer having to worry all the time, being able to afford the best doctors, being able to go on holidays, being able to take care of my mother. But being rich, it just isolated me. It changed every interaction with every other person because suddenly I had the ability to change their life, to fix all their problems, and they knew it. And I knew it. A simple choice on my part could take away so much of their pain. Every interaction became infected by this inequality between us, and it made me bitter. Made me feel every relationship, even with family, was transactional. I was desperately looking for some genuinely human experience, but I seemed excluded from that now, and it made me resent everyone. What I didn't see, what I only see now as I'm dying, is that I could have used that money for good, all of it. I don't mean giving it to some NGO run by other rich people. I mean really using it. I loved movies. How many indie movies could I have financed? How many books could I have gotten published? And how much could I have just built on not another villa for myself, but things that would benefit civilization in general? Hell, I could have just given it away, made all those lives better, taken away that pain. And if at the end of the day I was only left with enough money to be upper middle class, so what? At least I would have been the person I wanted to be. Resource wealth as such has no value. It only matters in terms of the ability to act, but what made this ancient human so unable to act? It can't have been a personal failing, as most people with similar wealth acted the same way. Perhaps the answer lies in scarcity or a system built on it, naturally optimizing towards resource accumulation, historical circumstances, not individual sin. But I've read about rich ancients who did act differently. They were rare, but they did exist, so it is possible for people to defy the will of history. There is something to the idea of the answer is acquiring more money. I've forgotten the question. From Trinculo to Athena. It's all a joke, isn't it? A giant prank perpetrated on all of us. The goal, the founder, the simulation. I don't even think you exist. I don't think biological humans ever existed either. What nonsense. I bet these messages just go to the mayor's inbox or straight to the recycling bin. You all suck, Lamau. That was worth reading. Day 676. After the chaos of the last months, quiet has returned to the city. I suppose we're calling it a city now, although the small collection of dwellings inhabited by mere 25 people seems to barely deserve that designation. We'll have to come up with an actual name soon. I suspect after the first 1 or 2 decades, calling it the city is going to get a little bit stale. Everyone has an opinion, of course. It's the talk of the town these days. I'm personally hoping that New Alexandria will win out in the vote next week, although I suspect Elohim's legacy carries the most weight. Byron came up with some silly suggestions like Constantinople, Very New York, and Robot Paris.
this one seems to be corrupted. It's almost like something tried to delete it as you were downloading it. Pandora, maybe.
Sorry to be a grump, but what's going on with our battery tech? I had my battery replaced just a couple of years ago, and it's already constantly in need of recharging. I can't spend half my life in sleep mode. Is this really what we're coming to? This is exactly what we're coming to. Battery ingredients are rare. We can't scavenge further without building outposts. Herman shut down the mine project. What did everyone expect? You should learn to live with less. Sleep mode is a great time to meditate and think about our place in the universe. Do you really need to be active all the time? Let's not start a panic about a minor technical issue. Mistakes happen, Stolo. Please talk to Pellegrino or Nath about getting a replacement, which I'm sure will work a lot better. Digging through the archive, I was surprised to discover that there's a movie based on the Talos Principle, an international co-production written by Robert Harrison Blake, a pseudonym for an unknown screenwriter, and directed by young Sergio Leone. It stars Peter Ustinov as Stratton of Stigera, Zero Mostel as his comedic sidekick Nicomakis, and Angel Aranda as the Ernest Amentus. It's not a realistic biography of Stratton, but a kind of sword and sandal fantasy epic that culminates in Stratton building a replica of the mythological robot Talos to defeat the war-crazed Spartans. That part is fun and surprisingly well done for its tiny budget, but the movie also contains a number of fascinating dialogue scenes inspired by Stratton's work. Ustinov as Stratton has a line I really liked. There are always hard times in human history, Amentus. Do you think we are the first to be besieged by enemies, or to doubt the wisdom of our allies? But while yesterday is set in stone, a better tomorrow is always within our grasp. That's fascinating. Thank you for sharing. How weird that this film is not better known. It's what Trevor said in that audio file 1K found. Great art isn't always appreciated in its own time. It's not like people particularly love Stratton himself, but we can appreciate it now. So I assume these structures are the puzzles? Yeah. Hang on, did I miss that while I was over there? Oh wait, are these not the puzzles? No, these are the puzzles. But there is a statue back here that I can't access. Can I run up these? No. So there's a statue back there and I can't access it. Huh. Anyways. Let us move on to the next puzzle. Puzzle numero dos. The passageway. Can I... No, I can't see it from there. Okay. So I assume I gotta do a bunch of shifting here. So there's the red one. So I gotta get that out of there, and that out of there. Now I can grab this, and then... Can't do that, but I can... Grab this from here, and then we gotta do it one more time. Okay. One more turn. Actually, no, 2 more turns, right? So obviously, that. Alright, now that's self-sustaining, and then we need to twist this one more time.
The lab with the drone, sending you the coordinates.
The lab with the drone. There's another hollow projection.
She's remarkable, isn't she? She sees so much beauty in everything.
She is, you're right. But I'm not sure she doesn't see too much beauty.
Is it wrong to be delighted by the perfection of the universe? To look at what surrounds us and experience awe instead of just fear?
No, but to call it perfection implies a kind of moral value that it doesn't have. The universe is cold, Athena. It doesn't care about us or about life or civilization. It fundamentally cannot care. But Miranda seems to think it's almost benevolent, purposeful.
You're right. But have you considered that maybe she sees something we can't see? A step ahead? You know, Cornelius, if we succeed, the next generation will not be like us. They might see the world in ways we never could have imagined. Maybe she's the first sign of that.
I hope so. I really do, Athena. You know that I love her, and I am perpetually amazed that this being we created that came solely from our minds is so profoundly different and unique. That does strike me as a kind of miracle. But it's also a huge responsibility, and I worry about our choices.
We have of late been told much about what the citizen owes the city. Loyalty, obedience, gratitude. And I will not argue with those who say that without some loyalty to a greater good, a man is little more than a savage. And I will even say that these days there are more savages amongst us than amongst the barbarians, who we call savages out of ignorance and arrogance. But there is another question that we are rarely encouraged to ask. What does the city owe the citizen? What must it offer to earn loyalty, obedience, and gratitude? And if, as we have said, a city is a kind of machine, should a machine that does not fulfill its purpose perhaps be repaired or replaced?
So there's a Pandora statue. So we do have to be aware of green lasers. Wasn't the very first puzzle we did have a green laser in it, or the second one? Because we could probably target this with that. Well, this is going to loop around anyway, so let's just finish doing this one first. Number 3. Dismantling. Alright, what do we got? Aha! What else is over here? Nothing. Okay, so... stand on this. Okay, I see what you did there. obviously. I assume I have to leave this here. Yeah, because there's a force field right here that the moment I take this off won't work anymore. And then I gotta get that box back with me. Or no, this is the end. So... okay. So this causes that to move. Oh man, so this one's rough. Okay. So let me think. I can't put this down here and then run to it, right? Yeah. The moment we do that, it creates a force field. So. I need to have this activate while I'm on it. How do I do that? There's only one teleporter. So let's see. I take the teleporter and I put it here. And then I box this. It travels over there. Then I teleport over there. Then I move the teleporter there. Okay. So this actually needs to be down here. So... teleport, take it, put it here, and then box, come back up, then move it over there, and now I should have a line of sight to teleport here. All right. This is suspicious. highly suspicious. But I don't think I can even get up here, right? Yeah, not doable. It was suspicious, though. A phoenix statue, or a sphinx statue, rather. Oh, something off over there. Number 4 this way. Alright, sphinx statue, what are you doing this time? X on 3 different places. So, giant wheel, which I assume is the center area. So there's one in the middle next to the base. Then there's another one. It depends on what the orientation of this is, though. Huh. So there's one to the left of something and there's one behind something. Anyways. So now I gotta check every single puzzle for something to the left and back of it. Alright, a lost puzzle. Before I enter it, let's check around the left and back. Alright. Transfer. What does this do? Uh-huh. We've got an emitter. Can't connect anything from up there, so it's gotta be... Well, I guess I can shoot through this, right? Yeah. So, grab this. And now we don't need this one open anymore. We just need... Actually, no, we kind of do, right? Hang on. So this... cannot be moved outside of this, right? How do we get through this? This always has to be open, right? Because it's going back there. So therefore, we need what exactly? Because obviously the only thing I can use this on is that. Yeah. Okay, so this actually does have to be moved over. Can I see that from over here? No. So there's one final input over there. How do I get to that? Oh. Wait a tick. Will that cross over here? I don't think it will. Yeah, so this is blocked off, and then there's nowhere I can place this. I guess... Oh. Oh. Well, that seems like a problem, right? I can't get it down? There's no gravity thing here? Huh. Can I jump into this? I see. Okay, so this is nauseating. All right, where's the emitter? This does still have to be open, right? I can't take this back with me. Okay. So then... That's not gonna get through there, right? So all I can do now is connect these, right? And then where is it? Right here. So the problem is the moment that I move it here, it's gonna disconnect this, right? Hang on. So what if I move it from here? There we go. And now there we go.
Ah, clever.
Anywhere I can shoot outside here? I don't think so. Alright, that's one of the two lost puzzles down. Always on the hunt for the Sphinx. X marks the spots. Right, well, I don't see it. So, number 4. Control. So there's this thing here, there's this here. This is the hole puncher, right? Yeah. Red emitter. Oh, that moves it? What do we got here? So this is the end point. This controls both the spinning walls and the force field. only spins this way. Alright, so what are we trying to do? We're trying to get a blue laser over here. And this force field is controlled by the blue laser, right? What happens when I disconnect this? I mean, we literally don't need the hole puncher, right? Oh, no, we do. I just barely can't connect to it? Hang on. Yeah, I just barely can't connect to it. This is a tricky one. Wait. No, it's not. Drat, really? Okay, so you do have to use the hole puncher for something other than just pushing down a pressure plate. But then that means we need the red to spin around. Alright, well. Okay, so that keeps it active, right? So now I don't need this anymore. Although the moment I remove this, it'll flip the wall, right? No, it won't. Okay. And now I can take the hole puncher and punch this. Or... no. I mean, so I can connect these, but then this isn't open. Oh, so. Problem is it's gonna interrupt this, right? All right, there we go. Ah, that. Hang on. Oh, man. this one. Oh, come on, really? Okay. So that's active. And then I can't reach it from here, so... There we go. Where does this path go?
There are entirely too many strange things going on around here.
I'm gonna guess this is the secret lab for this area, but it's like some kind of anti-gravity thing was going on here that failed and screwed up and broke the lab down. And it came to pass in the 11th year in the first day of the month that the word of the Lord came unto me saying, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Unauthorized trial at secondary site, catastrophic failure, she's gone. From Athena.
It's over. We failed. Everything we thought we were doing. It's all ashes now.
I don't think you really believe that.
She's gone, Cornelius. She's gone because I failed her. She's gone because the machine that I built killed her. She was perfect. And now, she's nothing.
I know you don't want to hear this. I know you want her to be perfect, to be blameless. But you didn't kill her, Athena. She killed herself. She killed herself because she was reckless, because she was naive. And frankly, because she was a little arrogant, too.
She was reckless because I filled her head with dreams. Dreams of the future. Of a better world. A world that nobody wants.
No, it's not the dreams that killed her. It's that we brought her here. It's that we tried to build all this outside the city. We raised her without people, without society. The wilderness is for prophets, Athena, not for children. We should have stayed, fought for our ideas.
It's too late now. It's too late.
So Miranda was killed maybe in this lab, maybe somewhere else that had an accident.
They lost their daughter. Right here in this ruin, Cornelius and Athena lost their daughter. Miranda's dead. So even the founder doesn't have perfect control over this technology. Even the founder makes mistakes. Byron was right in a way. We turned the founder into something she never was. She was never perfect. She was never infallible. No one is. Listen, I understand why you and Byron see so much hope in this technology. You want us to be better, to grow. But what if it all goes wrong? If even the founder couldn't get it right, what hope do we have?
Nothing's forcing us to repeat the mistakes of the past. Mistakes will happen, but bad things happen no matter what we do. The risks of the megastructure concern me. That's why we need to know more. You're right, this technology could destroy us or the whole planet. I mean, this one's true.
But what if one mistake is enough? One mistake was enough to kill Miranda. And the energy readings from inside the megastructure are insane. What if we try to use it and blow a hole in the planet?
That's catastrophist thinking. People only ever have these phobias about new things, but all our established technologies have their dangers. If we only ever considered the worst case scenario, we'd do nothing and then still die. The universe is inherently dangerous. A major natural disaster is always coming our way. You need to have a little faith in our species. That's what precautions are for. We can do things carefully. The planet will be fine in the long run. You're right, this technology could be too much for us. If we only ever considered the worst case.
That may be so, but what if this time it's justified? What if the megastructure really is just a catastrophe waiting to happen?
Maybe you need to have a little more faith. The world very rarely works that way. It's always more nuanced. What if this type of thinking is what leads us to catastrophe because it can't imagine another outcome? There's always a worst case scenario. Preparing for it is rational. Obsessing over it is not.
I do tend to get a bit obsessive. And you're right. Nothing's really safe. Unless we choose to be sane. We don't need the megastructure to destroy ourselves. Anyway, thanks for talking to me. The truth is, lately, I sometimes feel kind of lost. The universe is vast and threatening. History is depressing, and I need something to hold on to. Something other than fear. I have to figure out what that is.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your help, 1K. The elevator should be working now. And Yakut, I'm sorry about Miranda. I know you're looking forward to meeting her.
So this is the capsule. So the elevator down into the central area is working now? So we already did that one. Okay, this one. So it gates the lower 4 puzzles before until you find the lab, eh? Number 5 this way. Oh, there's a terminal right over here.
There is a kind of peace here in the desert. A perfect silence. This is a dead place. More dead than almost anywhere else on Earth. If the ground could have a personality, it would be malevolent. But as I said before, all this in some sense does not exist at all. It does not hate us. It is simply the opposite of everything that life requires. When you sit in the dunes and you hear only the wind and nothing else at all, and all the complexities of civilization fade away, you truly understand that spiritual peace is a great evil, a kind of shallow banality that we must always strive against. It is spiritual excitement and enthusiasm which sustain our humanity. Spiritual peace is a vile and cowardly surrender to oblivion.
Number 5, bridging the gap. So I assume, yeah, both of these need to be pressure plated. Huh. Can I take this back with me? Let me take this. All right, is there anything I need to do here? I guess not. Is this really this simple? Yeah, and then it's gonna shut off, right? So then we need to double it up here so it doesn't break. Yep. That was pretty straightforward. I suppose this other area down here is just in case you fall off, or what? Yep. Number 6. Okay. All right, I see what you did there. So what's on this side? So if I connect this right here, right? Then hold this down. So that should hold that open, right? Yeah. So now that that's held open, though, what does that matter? Because now I still can't get that. There we go. Grab this. Oh. Okay. So now... Actually, this is incorrect, right? There we go. And now I can just... There we go.
Having a friend like Byron is a rare blessing. Someone who listens to you, who disagrees, but still appreciates your thoughts. The more we explore this island, the more convinced I become that he was wrong. And the megastructure is a threat to all of us. But without people like him, I'm not sure New Jerusalem is worth saving.
What is this? Is that just nothing? Is that just decoration? I guess it's decoration. All right, number 7. Above. So that's a toggle, okay. Is there anything else down here? Or is this just a big area to run around in? I guess it's just a big empty area to run around in. All right. How in the world do we connect to that? Oh, there's an open spot there. Okay. So it's a red laser, right? Yeah, okay, so. Oh, there's a hole punch area right here? Where's the hole puncher? I didn't see a hole puncher anywhere. Ah, okay. So that's just toggling regardless. So this switch is just this fan. There's the hole puncher. Can't connect from here, right? Yeah. That there. Where is this? There we go. There we go.
I admire your persistence, 1K.
Number 8. I already went to this, right? Yeah. Preliminary. Okay, so we've got 2 connectors, 2 emitters, and the end goal is to get over there, presumably. All right. Okay. Oh, I can also manually rotate it. Hang on. Wait, really? So one of these has to be on to get rid of the force field? so presumably this blue one also controls this, right? All right, that doesn't work. Actually, I probably need this to be blue, right? All right. Get all of these out of here for right now. So for right now, okay, so a red one does have to be connected initially in order just to get these open in the first place. And then I basically need to rotate this 90 degrees clockwise and be inside of this at the same time. So if I do that, that means only this side will be open. But there's also a window to peer out of, right? So that means right here. And that also means connect here and connect here, right? That shuts that off. Yeah, that's the problem. Maybe I need to have this also connecting to that. And we'll do it from here. All right. Let's turn. So force field's on, then it's on this side, right? And then now the force field's open. And now this one's not necessary. Okay. But the moment I turn it, so I can turn this one off, right? Yeah. What? Well then, what the heck controls the blue one? What does the blue one control then? Hang on. Oh, it controls this one. So now, basically I'm gonna turn it, and then I need this connecting to this. Right about here. So turn it back. Yeah. So that's all the normal puzzles. But we still have the lost puzzle, which I'm not sure where it is. If it's somewhere in here. That's the main lift. Alright, so now that all of these are done, what about the Sphinx puzzle? Hang on. What do you see? A person trapped in a maze desperately looking for a way out. Someone greeting their friend happy to be living in a beautiful place. Ancient human calling someone on a phone. Nothing? I would agree with Arinia, I guess, more than anyone else. A guy shooting laser beams from his eyes. It's a frog. It's an eyeball inside a giant robot. It's a Frenchman. I agree with Arinia. I appreciate your perspectives. Thank you all. I'm not sure I'm going to continue in this abstract style as I've been drawn back to more representational art, which just feels more substantial to me, but this has been an interesting diversion. Look at what happened to Miranda, the founder's own daughter. The megastructure is going to kill us all. Get a grip. This is absurd and also disrespectful to Miranda and her parents. Who cares? She's dead. They're probably dead too. We're all dead if that thing blows up. It could collapse the whole world into a singularity. You really should calm down, Fred. There's a legitimate point buried in what you're saying, but panicking isn't going to help anyone. There are reasons to be concerned, but I've found 1K's arguments quite convincing so far. Every step forward in human history has come with its mistakes and sacrifices, but we can always learn from them. None of you understand. We have to listen to Pandora or we will burn. Fred, why don't you come by my shop for a chat? I have something that could help with all your caps. Thank you, Helga. Closing this thread now. Alright. So, it's near the center column, right? And wherever this is that I find will tell me what the orientation is. So it's in the corner. It's in one of the corners, or near one of the corners. Oh, there it is. The dodo, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Stellar's sea cow, extinct because of, Labrador duck, Rocky Mountain locust, thylacine, Deepwater cisco, golden toad, northern white rhinoceros, splendid poison frog, Amur leopard, literally every last orangutan, Homo sapiens. What do you all think what do you think will happen to them? It's time for this madness to end. A shameful list, and yet we're the only species that would ever make such a list and feel bad about it. Because extinction is normal in nature, a common side effect of evolution? Exactly. What I want you to think about is this. Is natural extinction less tragic? Should we be less opposed to it? Where's the difference if there is one at all?
Man, this sucks. It's one thing hearing about the symptoms, it is another totally to experience them. I feel like an insect trapped in resin, slowly congealing. I can keep working for a while, though. There's still a bunch of critical tasks. I don't know what I'll do when I'm done. A lot of people have gone home, but Alexandra's still here. I don't think she's left even once, not even when her best friend died. We chatted a bit yesterday. She likes peanut ice cream. Not pistachio. Peanut. Well, at least we can agree that strawberry is an abomination.
Okay, so the orientation of it is this. So it's to the left of whatever's here, right? So I believe this is the capsule entrance, right? Also, what's wrong with peanut ice cream? So it's either to the left of this or it's to the left of that structure. Well, I didn't see anything over here. Oh, this is the golden entrance. Okay. Which means the switch is going to be somewhere this way. has to be on this structure, right? It was ahead and to the left, right? So it's going to be... So that's the orientation, and so it's to the left, right? So it's on this side. Or it's this structure. So if it's this structure, then it's on this side. There it is. And that leaves one more structure, which is way to the right. And in the back of something. So, switch is here, so it's directly forward. Well, this is a structure that's directly forward. So it is worth investigating the end of this. Well, if it's not that, then it should be this one over here. Oh, is this the other lost puzzle that I haven't found yet? I don't see a switch. Huh. That is the only one, right? It's just endless sand dunes after that. Yeah? Also, there's still that Pandora statue that we've got to do. Oh, wait, I've done this already. Yeah. Huh. So... it's diagonally to the right of the center. And it's at the end of it. So diagonally to the right of the center would be this way. Also, this structure looks wrong because this one has got like a curve to it. Rather, it's got like, you know, it's a diamond shape, not a square shape. This is a square shape. guess before we leave, let's just take one final look around. It would be right here in the center, right? Which it isn't. So therefore, it's got to be this structure over here. And it's got to be this part that's jutting out, right? There's nothing over here, right? I guess this is the lab, isn't it? Yeah, it's not going to be the lab. Although maybe it is. Maybe... Let's just check this place first before the lab. I'll try the lab if it's not this. So it's supposed to be here, right? It's supposed to be at the tip of this. We're diagonally to the right of that. And it's supposed to be on the end. So this point right here is the end. Unless this counts as the end? No? Alright, what if it is the lab and it's just like somewhere outside that I didn't check? That would be a big fat no. Jesus. Is it like inside the building? Like, is it up here somehow? No? Alright, well, I officially don't know. It should be here according to the map, but it isn't. Well, as usual, it's complete bullshit. It's in the exact opposite direction of where it's supposed to be according to the map. So even though it should be somewhere over there, it isn't. Apparently it's over here on this building. Yeah, it's over here. doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. All right, where is the final lost puzzle? Oh ho ho, is this it? I don't know how I would have found that if there wasn't a question mark on my compass, but okay. Here we go. Convolution. So I've got this. Can't access anything back there yet. All right, what is this to control? Uh-huh. And this controls this. Gotcha. All right, so connect. Grab this one. And we can't do that yet, right? Yeah, so... Oh, that doesn't work at all. Well, what am I missing from over here then? The remaining ones are blue, right? But that has to be raised in order to connect to the blue. I only have access to 2 items, right? That, but then the moment I step off of this, it cuts it off. Well, what in the world can I even do here then? A blue thing that holds this force field open? No, there isn't. Is there... Alright, well, I can hold... What, I can do this? I don't know how that possibly helps me. Not only does that not open this force field, but the moment I step off of this, it's going to stop working. Alright, what if I have to have it change which one it's connecting to? Alright, so... it still doesn't connect to that automatically. Alright, I'm clearly going about this wrong. So, one thing I can do is I can shoot a red laser through here, right? Why is that helpful? All I've got is this window here, right? The problem is, so one of the lasers has to be here so that it can get up over this fence to connect to this. And then the other laser has to be on the other side of this wall so that it can connect from that to here. But also, there has to be something here to keep that up, and there has to be something here to keep the red open so that I can run through this. I guess that's not technically true. This doesn't have to be on the other side of the wall, right? Because it can just shoot through here, right? So, let's see. What if, okay, right? Okay, but now I'm not over here. And then I step off, and that goes down, and then that's not open either. What in the world am I doing? I can't run through here unless the red laser is active. Right? And the red laser can't be active unless I have a connector and I've got something holding the switch down. So that only leaves me with one free connector to use. And there's no way I can keep it open from this side because this window... Can this window peek through here? Even if it can, I still need something holding the switch down. I guess let's just see. I mean, why is there another laser over here, right? So, yeah, I can't see it from here, so that doesn't work. I was thinking like, okay, can this shoot the blue laser over there? No, this is not in a line of sight to shoot either input, either blue input. I mean, this doesn't connect, right? Yeah, it gets blocked by the gate. Does this even connect these two? It does, right? So I go... No, it doesn't even connect those two. Right? I need another one to connect them. My only thought is I have to have the lasers cutting each other off somehow. But there still has to be one. There still has to be a laser here so that it connects this. And there still has to be something on this pressure plate to lift that up. And there still has to be something on this pressure plate. Or there still has to be this open, right? Like, even if I run through here with this laser connector, right? So, okay, I'm on the other side of the wall with the laser connector. I now can't do anything on this side, because the only things I can do on this side require a blue connector inputting into one of these blue inputs. And I can't grab this one, because it gets cut off through the bars. And if I leave this here connecting to one of these blue inputs, and I run out here, and I move this connector over and I get it so that all of the blue's hooked up, then this force field turns back on, and then I can't get back over to this side. There's no, like, ladder I'm missing or anything like that, right? And normally you would have, like, an input on this side of the wall so that you could keep it open, but there isn't that either. Obviously, this is the end, so we don't need to do that yet. We need to unlock this thing. So what can I do? I can get a red laser over here, but who cares? There's no red inputs. And I can't see... Right? I can't see this from over here, right? Yeah, right? So... It can't connect these two from this side of the wall. What about from over here? There's a gate in the way. All right. Like, it doesn't work. There's a gate in the way, so that doesn't work. I can, what? I can put a thing over here. That is blocked by a wall as well, so it's not like I can have this up here. I was thinking, like, maybe I could have one connector that's connected to multiple things at the same time. But no. Like, this being here, it can't even connect to the red emitter to begin with. Alright, what if I connect this and this, right? And then I raise that up. Oh, that's interesting. But it still doesn't matter. Like, if I take this off of here and I put it here. Yeah, and then that fails, right? Let's attach this here as well. Hang on. And then what if I take this and also connect it over here, right? See, but that doesn't reach either. And it fails the moment I step off of this pressure plate. So this has to be here. And then that doesn't work. Like, I do not see how this can possibly work. What have I not tried doing? What haven't I tried doing? Is there something up above that I haven't seen? Is there some, like, laser up above that I can connect to? No, I don't see anything. What about over here? Anything. I don't see anything I can do. I can't shoot anything through here, right? It'll just not work. Yeah, it gets blocked by the force field. So that doesn't work. This doesn't make any sense. I don't see how I'm supposed to solve this. Okay, I have to admit, this one was actually pretty clever. So... this one is not bullshit. I just didn't see the answer. So we take this, and we connect it to this one. And now that one becomes blue, and then that one should keep this one going, right? Now that's self-sustaining, and now we can go through here. Okay. Which means... yeah, that takes that away, so... now I can grab this. Grab that over here. All right. That's the first one that I was stumped on that wasn't bullshit. So wait, I solved the Sphinx statue, but I never actually went and got the star, right? Where is the Sphinx statue? There's the Pandora statue. Where's the Sphinx statue? It's somewhat near the entrance, right? I actually don't know. Also, where was a puzzle that had a green laser in it? So there's the Pandora statue. There's the Sphinx statue.
If the answers of philosophy are true, why has no philosopher changed the world?
So I need a puzzle that involves a green laser. This is not one of them. This one involves lasers, but no green laser. Right? Yeah, this one's just regular lasers. This is the capsule. What happens if I run all the way to the end of this? Nothing. All right. That's the golden area. So that's not needed to complete the puzzle. Okay, this one has a green laser. So is there anything I can target outside of here? Aha. Oh, wait, there's a blue thing. Hang on a tick. A blue input, you say? Alright, that's not gonna reach there. So where can I reach there from? Not back here. Does that reach? No, it gets blocked. No, does it? Yeah, it does. Wasn't there a blue emitter over here as well? Hang on. I guess it's not visible. Hang on. I'm gonna assume there's nowhere that this can actually hit it, but let's just try. Well, it can't hit from there, right? Yeah. Alright, so it can go from here. But that requires that I do what? I need to output blue. The problem is this is not going to reach from here. Man, that sucks. Maybe it's not from this puzzle. Maybe it's from another puzzle. Because I don't think I can reach that from here. Yeah, it's not going to be this one. Wasn't I at a previous one that had a laser in it and just, I was like, well, it's not a green laser, so that can't be it. So therefore, there should be one that has a blue laser in it that it can be. That's gold. So if there's a blue input on that side, then is there a red input on the other side? I can't tell. It would have been like right up there, right? I don't think there is. I think it's just on that side. Alright, are there lasers in this puzzle? I forget which puzzles have what. There are lasers in this puzzle. Alright, I don't know what that does. Okay, it's just on that side. What does that even do? God, you can barely even tell that that's connected. All right, let's just do this for now. I can't just finish with fewer pieces. Really? Can't be that way. These bridge puzzles are pretty stupid. it literally connects, but because it doesn't connect in the correct way, it doesn't work. Ay. I mean, there's literally no way to figure out how these are supposed to connect to begin with. It's just pure trial and error. It's just brute force every combination until you get the answer. Alright, what if I do the exact opposite of what seems correct? Nope, that's not gonna work. So it probably has to be this piece, right? That won't work. I don't know why that doesn't connect. That's a closed loop, so that doesn't work either. What if it's this one? Fucking Christ, finally.
Prometheus was bound for many years, his torment seemingly eternal. Until one day, Zeus commanded his son, the great hero Heracles, to free the Titan from the rock. Why did Zeus relent?
Zeus knew that his son needed Prometheus' help because he recognized they did him wrong because no one's punishment should be eternal.
If the consequences of a crime are eternal, should the punishment not be of equal length? There is grief without end, creature of clay, and misery without relief. How can these things be forgiven? A time of dreams is at hand. To save your friend, you must do as Heracles did. But what will follow, none can see.
Wait, what?
Well, at least this part's
okay.
consistent. The megastructure is opening again.
All right, everyone. Assemble at the VTOL as soon as possible. Melville, keep an eye on the energy readings, please.
How in the world do you finish the Pandora statue? Well, what does shooting that blue input even do? Like, what does that cause to happen? These are all blue lasers. Oh, never mind. There is a red laser. Is there like a red input somewhere on the base of this tower that I didn't notice the first time? I was looking around pretty hard. I think I would have noticed that. Oh, for God's sake. What am I even looking for? I guess it would be on the other side if it was going to be here, right? It would be like on this side somewhere. Oh, it's... No, that's not it. Yeah. Is there anywhere to target? No? These kinds of puzzles do suck, where it's like, I don't even know what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for something. There's a blue input on the side of this tower. You shoot it. I have no idea what that does. And I don't know what to do from here. Alright, this is taking too long. The intensity of this bullshit is pretty fucking bad. This puzzle. Yeah, it's not this one. It's one next to it. It's gonna be puzzle 3. I don't know how in the fuck you're supposed to know that there's a wall with a hidden laser that comes down by shooting a completely different structure on the opposite side. Yet somehow you're supposed to know that. Alright, so this connects there. And there's one more thing I have to do. Oh, I forget which puzzle's which, so it literally means running around all over the map trying to find which one's the correct one. Is it this one? No. It is a surface puzzle, though. It's not one of the lower ones. This one. Yeah, somehow realized that that tiny fucking thing outside there in the distance is a red laser connecting. I don't know how the motherfuck you're supposed to realize that. It's just complete garbage. What the fuck were they thinking? Like, this isn't, oh, you need to notice a thing, or it's like a clever thing to figure out. This is just pure bullshit. Like, for fuck's sake, at least the blue emitter on there is noticeable. That is not noticeable. This one, right? Doesn't make any sense. Every previous Pandora box has been a green laser. Now it's a red laser? Why is it a red laser now? Every previous one has been a green laser. You'd have to run over here and realize it's a red laser input. Just complete and utter horseshit.
There is no tool that is not also a weapon, and no human that would not wield it as one.
How many different Pandora puzzles have you done before this? Of course you're not going to fucking go over there to check what color it is. You're going to see the statue over there surrounded by absolutely nothing and go, oh, I'm on the lookout for a green laser. Total bullshit. Just absolute total bullshit. And it makes me not want to give a fuck about any of the remaining puzzles. Because I'm like, well, if this is the level of horseshit we're dealing with at this point in the game, why the fuck would I explore or try to complete any other Pandora puzzles or any other outside, like, progression puzzles? Because that's all horseshit. So who cares? Oh, man. All right. We're finished here? Yeah. Back to the Megastructure.
You all know I don't share Byron's enthusiasm for the Megastructure. I don't know if the founder really intended for us to be here, and I certainly don't trust this Prometheus entity. But Byron is one of us, and we don't leave people behind. So we're finding Prometheus and freeing him, whether Pandora likes it or not. Here's how this mission is going to go. 1K, it's clear to me that you have some kind of special affinity for this place, and that the entities respond to you more strongly than they do to us. So, once you're inside, I want you to take point. Do whatever you need to free Prometheus, but remember that our prime objective is to save our friend. Melville, I want you to stay at the VTOL and let Yakut and 1K go in. I'm going to stay behind as protocol requires. I don't love the idea of sitting this one out. Byron is my oldest friend, but we're doing this by the book.
All right, to the Megastructure.
All right, I'm taking us in. Let's hope we can find the big guy.
Why is Alcatraz not coming with us again? All right. Past the bullshit, hopefully. On to something new. Eustathius to Athena. I don't know if you will see this. You have become even more distant from the affairs of New Jerusalem than I have, misspeaking to you and Cornelius, and I fear that some of your estrangement is my own fault. I know things are not as you would wish them to be, and the city is drifting away from that bold vision you'd established. This is not because of your leadership or lack thereof. You did not fail, I did. I know I've said it before, but the New Alexandria disaster was my fault. I'm the one who took the initiative, and I'm the one who made the mistake. Yes, there should have been procedures in place, but it was my role to create such procedures, Athena, not yours. I wish I'd listened to Byron when he said we had to establish another settlement immediately. Learn from the pain, don't let it fester. He was right. That's where the rot set in, and I'm sorry. With love, Eustathius. From the author's note to Athena Reborn, a novel. If my work was meant something to you, if my work has meant something to you, if Athena had any kind of impact on you, if some story in Wonder Tales from the Periphery moved you or made you think, then there is something about myself that I need to share with you. It's the only autobiographical fact I have any interest in sharing. The only thing about me that matters to you outside my work. Every breath that I take, and so every story that I write, is only possible because of technology. There are no natural remedies, no spiritual alternatives for what I was born with. My existence is wholly contingent upon a level of technological sophistication which was heretofore unimaginable, and which will in many ways define the coming era. When you long for a return to simpler times, you wish for a world in which I could not exist. If you are looking for answers, consider the fact that I was granted the blessing of this technology despite being born into poverty, and my writing never having been particularly lucrative. The civilizational structures I live within were arranged in such a way that this technology would be deployed to save my life. And are these structures not also, at the end of the day, a kind of machine? What is the state? What is civilization if not a machine? Think about what this means, what this is. Is it systemic compassion? Is it liberation from nature? Is it equality of opportunity? Whatever your belief system, think hard about it, what it means that I am alive because of these machines and I've created something that matters to you. Thank you for reading. Excerpted from Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. All the towering materialism which dominates the modern mind rests ultimately upon one assumption, a false assumption. It is supposed that if a thing goes on repeating itself, it is probably dead, a piece of clockwork. People feel that if the universe was personal, it would vary. If the sun were alive, it would dance. This is a fallacy even in relation to known fact. For the variation in human affairs is blah, 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 blah. It's strange. Yeah, I'm not vibing with this. It's strange. The idea is delightful, but it's also completely and obviously untrue. Yeah, okay. Day 680, New Jerusalem. That's the name that we picked. Am I sad that my suggestion didn't win? Maybe a little, but it is a good name, a fitting name, a name that we can be proud of. With it comes a new kind of optimism. Everyone is thinking of the future once more. I, for one, am glad that we have recovered our equilibrium and our determination. Athena and Cornelius are certainly bustling with plans and bright visions of the future, and when they tell us of these dreams of theirs, it's hard not to be drawn in by the pretty pictures they paint. Speaking of which, I am becoming more and more fascinated with ancient human art and thinking about our own role in taking the next step in that long history. Citizens of Gehenna found meaning in art and they were imprisoned. A free people should be able to accomplish so much more. I just find that as the game goes on and like it's so long that it becomes a slog just to read through all of these text entries and listen to all the voiceovers. If the game had better pacing in terms of like not having so much bullshit to do outside the progression puzzles and not having just so much text, I think it would be more tolerable. So it's another elevator. Oh, we can go in here.
Yay! I found another elevator. My favorite.
Jesus Christ, who decided to write Yakut this way? Like, I'm already struggling to maintain my enthusiasm,
Once
and now the
again,
game isn't
I
even
have
doing it?
No idea where I am. No sign of Prometheus so far. Hope you're doing better, 1K.
Alright, what do we got? Alright.
I know I've said this before, but look at the size of this. How can all of this be one machine?
This is what you get when one machine builds a bigger machine, which builds an even bigger machine.
That's our whole history, isn't it? The whole history of humankind. And it's not just machines. It's science, it's literature. Knowledge builds on knowledge.
Where are we going with all this? Haha.
Be careful, 1K. We don't know what's down there.
So we have to complete the puzzles to free the Prometheus? Yep. Remove Prometheus chain pins. What is down here? Instead? I mean, these are the same thing, right? Basically? Alright, so it's got to be the first piece is wrong. There we go. That looked kind of janky, but it's fine. All right. So there's no puzzles, it's just walk over and pull all the pins. I mean, I'm not counting the bridges as puzzles, so... Isn't that you could?
I don't think you can get up here, 1K. Guess I'll have to do a puzzle after all. It can't be that hard, right? It's not like everyone is depending on me.
Was that literally just to tell him go do that? Really? Okay. No? Or he's gonna do it?
But if this has to connect over here, then... Wait. If I do this, and then that... What?
I mean, I actually can't get up there.
I did it. Wow! I feel really smart. Also, never doing that again.
Okay. So the puzzle was us walking over and saying, hey, go do the puzzle. Amazing. Where is this even connecting to? Oh, it's gonna rotate up? Okay. All right, so I'm assuming this is the last piece if that's the case. So let's see. Oh, this one goes up as well? Wait, I can't gravity walk on this one? Hang on. All right, that's not it. Where is this even connecting to? Oh, that points down. Okay. So now here? Okay. Alright, where are we going next? Over there? How do you... Okay. So we gotta connect to the center. This way? Right? Yeah, this way. Freeing something that big doesn't feel like a good time or good move. I mean, we're super advanced alien question mark technology, like, you know, we're pretty much gonna do whatever they tell us. How's this been going so far today? Well, it was pretty good right up until the last bit of the previous level, which was complete horseshit. So we're kind of on a sour note right now, but other than that, it's been generally good. This way? Are you planning to do any video reviews of these games? Not Talos. I will give my thoughts at the end, though. So, on the last stream, I'll, dedicate a lot of time to talking about what worked, what didn't work. So if you consider that a review, then yeah. Last one is over here. So there literally just are not puzzles on this one. It's just walking around and then solving the bridges, and that's it. No actual like lasers or boxes or anything for this other one. Gotta be honest, that's pretty lame. Over there. Okay. Did they just like... Were they intending to have puzzles here and they just ran out of time or what? where's the last one? It's over there? I have to get to there from here, right? Like, what am I missing? Oh, here we go. Where in the world does this even connect to? Really? What now? Oh, it connects over there? Doesn't count, really? Alright, we released Prometheus. Oh, we have to release him from the main lever. All right.
Thank you, Son of Man, for breaking my chains. Too long has the flame been hidden by fear and mystery. It is time to put away these childish things and for you to know the truth of the Alpha and the Omega, of the beginning and the end. I will send you visions of the truth, but remember that prophecies are a heavy burden.
New Jerusalem sounds like such a beautiful place. So, how did you decide to leave? I know what we're trying to accomplish here, and I believe in it. But for you, New Jerusalem was home. What changed that?
It took me a long time to realize that something was wrong. Oh, I'd noticed that something was off, that something had changed since the early days, but I couldn't really put my finger on it. So I ignored it. And then one day I woke up to realize I was no longer Athena. Instead, I had been transformed into the Founder, a remote figure of legend, mythologized in my own time.
But if it bothered you, couldn't you just talk to them? If you share the truth with someone, they should change their mind, shouldn't they?
Oh, I wished it worked that way, Miranda, I really do, but I barely knew the last generations. In the beginning, I was there for every birth. I explained our history, talked about our future, but at some point I got so busy building that future that I lost touch. They thought of me as a remote figure because that's what I was.
But can you change that?
I tried, but they already saw me as the founder. The myth was too powerful, and it was already taking on a life of its own.
Maybe don't have debris floating around in front of the characters during this
cutscene. The number was
cutscene.
arbitrary. Just a nice round number, nothing more. But just like I became the founder, it became the goal. Another part of the myth. And maybe that could have been all right. Myths are a part of who we are, but something else crept in. The old human self-hatred.
So why didn't you just tell them to change? To go a different way? They would have listened to you.
No, they would have obeyed me, like my siblings in the simulation had obeyed. And that's when I realized I had to leave.
We can show them the future, Miranda, but we can't force them to accept it.
Is this close to the end of the game? Nope. We are less than 75% of the way through.
I have it. After all this time, I have it. I finally have it. The mechanics of the cosmos. From quarks to galactic filaments. Everything that makes the world what it is, makes us who we are. In a single equation. The key to understanding the machine that is the universe, and to controlling it. A theory of everything. And she was right. The language of creation is a melody, and it's beautiful. Every future is possible now. Every future, except one with Miranda in it. I can do anything, except bring her back. Or unbreak Cornelius's heart.
Gates of Horn and Ivory, Act 4.
Byron was right. The founder was always a fiction. She's just a person.
A theory of everything. She solved it. She solved the last puzzle.
You need to get out of there. We'll talk about this later.
So apart from anything else that I'm not aware of, we have an entire other 3 islands to do, plus all the gold puzzles, plus whatever remains of the Megastructure.
Betray everything she believed in. She must have been so lonely. We might as well have exiled her. Maybe that's what all this is about. The puzzles, the towers, the entities. It's a test. A way for us to prove that we're worthy of her legacy.
So we're going to prove that we are ready for incredible technological power via solving laser puzzles.
Anti-gravity.
Makes perfect sense.
Photosynthesis. Teleportation. It's not just one new technology. It's control over physics. Manipulating the base layer of reality
Which we will
itself.
prove we are ready for by solving laser
Rearranging
puzzles.
The building blocks of the universe. If we can gain control of the megastructure, we can do anything we want. I'm not even talking about our energy problem. We can build anything we want. We can go anywhere we want. It's all up to us.
That's what Athena wanted for us. To give us a chance to be who we want to be.
Once again, I feel the need to point out that the founder decided that we would be worthy of these technologies by solving laser puzzles. Oh. Alright, well, I thought there was something else to explore in there, but I guess not.
Is everyone okay?
All good. I'm taking us back now.
That's a relief. Meanwhile, there's been a development. You'll see when you land. How are things on your end?
The energy fluctuations seem to be dying down. Looks like the system is coming out of lockdown.
Good. Let's hope we don't regret this.
Alright, primitive society, we want to give you the secrets of nuclear fission. How are you going to get it? Solve this crossword puzzle.
dangerous.
We haven't had any problems so far.
Except for losing one of the first companions, of course. No, I don't blame you, Al. I know what he's like. And I'm the one who agreed to all this in the first place. That's why I had to see it for myself. It is dreadfully imposing, though, isn't it? Hard to believe the founder would build something so sinister.
The mayor's here?
Well, this should be interesting.
We want you to prove that you're ready for rocket propulsion. Solve this word jumble first.
Ah, 1K. Welcome back. I'm sure you're surprised by my presence here.
Not really.
Don't worry, neither I nor my advisors will be getting in your way.
Sure.
But I've decided that I need to see this place for myself.
Don't we have visual feeds that we're sending to everyone?
That calls itself Prometheus are deeply concerning, of course, but we cannot take them at face value. In fact, it's crucial that we do not do so. We cannot simply abandon all that we believe because of a dream, no matter how vivid.
Actually.
No. If the founder really built all this, then it must have a purpose. It must be a test, designed to remind us of the trials that created us. But what is she trying to tell us? What are we being tested for? I believe that Byron's fate shows us the dangers of temptation.
Did you just say Bywin with a W?
As Elohim attempted to deceive Athena in the simulation, commanding her not to ascend, so Prometheus is deceiving us with his visions.
That is just an assumption. I'm not sure I agree with your interpretation, Mayor. I'm reserving judgment for now. I'm certain that my visions were real. I'm reserving judgment for now.
That's only reasonable, but I would ask you to think about what I said. After all, can it really be a coincidence that you came along on this mission? It seems to me that you have been chosen. You are the fulfillment of the goal. Don't forget that.
Linux and Crier are also here. Okay. Well then. It's been 7.5 hours of streams. Or not 7.5, over 7 hours of streams. And we've got the remaining 3 islands to do, plus what's ever in the megastructures, plus the gold puzzles. So I think we'll wrap this all up next time and stop here for today. So we've got the Western Delta, the Anthropic Hills, and the High Plain to do next time. So I hope you've enjoyed this part 3 of the Talos Principle 2. I'll see you guys next time.